Okay. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. And at this time, we are going to, we have a pretty heavy agenda tonight. Let's see. We're going to move forward with the roll call, please. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Hemming.
Present, and also, Madam City Clerk, if you could document for the record, my ward mate, Councilmember Friedley, is on federal deployment and has been excused by the mayor for his upcoming absences.
Councilwoman Hammond, that wasn't an official, I don't, can you please call the roll call, please?
Councilmember.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Freely will not be in attendance, and I am aware of the deployment. Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And tonight's invocation will be done by Reverend Catherine Sharp from Victory Baptist Church. And after that, we'll have the pledge to the flag and the, okay, we'll have the pledge to the flag. Thank you. Please stand.
Madam Mayor and council members, good evening. I greet you in the spirit of the God that created the heavens and the earth. Let us pray. Father God, we come this evening thanking you for allowing us to be here. We pray, oh God, that, and we ask for your wisdom as we sit in this meeting today. Lord, lead and guide each member. Let your spirit rest here this evening. And we give you all the glory, all the honor, and the praise. We bless your holy name on this evening. Lord God, we pray and ask that you have your way. We bless you. In Jesus' name, amen. You just do it. The United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. And tonight's Sergeant of Arms is Lieutenant Farmer. Thank you, Lieutenant Farmer, for your service. And now we will have the, move forward to the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Sorry.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We'll move forward. All right, and next we'll move to the approval of the city council minutes for, it says here, the special call meeting on July 16th and the city council regular meeting for July 20th. Why do we have two?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. So now we will have, do we have any items for the public hearing for today? Okay, thank you. And for the public comment section, the public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comments from form available in the City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk by 6 p.m. through 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subjects may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to a speaker, he or she may do so, notating which speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form, provided that the speaker given his or her form that he or she gives all or part of her time up to 3 minutes or to another speaker, for a total of 6 minutes per speaking time. Speakers may address the council only during the time of the agenda. Speakers may identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents have priority over the speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may also address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules and decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individuals out of order that fail to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers this evening?
Yes, ma'am. We have 7 speakers this evening. Up first, we have Miss Marie Terry, and she had time given to her by Mr. Eric Brooks, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and residents of East Point. I respectfully ask that when residents come before this council, that you listen to the concerns we raise and not make our participation personal. Every resident has the right to speak out about the issues affecting our city without discussions becoming about the individual instead of the issues. The people elected you to govern the city of East Point. Your responsibility is to follow the city charter, provide oversight of the city finances, protect taxpayers' dollars, and make decisions that serve the best interests of all residents. Today, the issue before the council is the city budget. The residents are asking you to work together, attend your meetings, reach a quorum, review the budget carefully, make any necessary corrections to the line items, and finalize a budget that will reflect the needs of our community. Personal disagreements should never interfere with the business of the people. Leadership means putting the interests of East Point ahead of politics, personalities, and the difference of opinion. I ask each of you to fulfill the duties you were elected to perform. Work together as one governing body and move East Point forward. The people are counting on your leadership, your professionalism, and your commitment to this city. Mostly, everyone is looking down. No one is looking forward. I need you guys to hear me when I talk. I really need you guys to get this. I really do. And I want you guys to focus on the work of the people and follow the charter. The charter actually governs this city. It actually does. Complete the budget and give the residents the government that they deserve. And y'all know that all power is behind me. All the power sits in those seats, all the residents. So, if you're going to appoint somebody as a commission to the board, make sure you guys follow the charter when you appoint them. If they have any type of business with the city that you appoint, that's a conflict of interest. If you don't know the charter, you better read your charter. And then again, if this budget is not the way it's supposed to be to comfort us, the seniors, y'all know we got school closing, we don't have no businesses, then you guys do need to remove the city manager if you cannot get that budget right. I stand on that, and I'm a resident of this city, and I'm not running for office. I am a resident. I pay my taxes. And one thing I can say to each and every one of you guys, this city council meeting is not a toy to play with. So when I leave this city council meeting tonight, I'm leaving as a resident, not as somebody that's to be defamed or talked about. So I would appreciate it, really, this is a business right now, and we pay you to do the job. I don't pay you to talk about the residents. So I would appreciate it If y'all leave your personal business at home and don't bring it to this city council and leave the residents alone and do your job, I would really appreciate that. Again, the power lies behind, not in front. Do your job. And if that budget's not right, y'all know what your next step is. I want you guys to push forward to make sure this budget is right. If that city manager cannot do that budget, please follow your charter. Thank you.
Up next, we have Alicia Henson.
Hello, good evening. I am a new resident. I just moved in July, late July, and I had nothing but trouble from the time I got here until I actually got my keys. I drove over with family from South Carolina, 4.5 hours, early that morning, so I arrived around 10, and I was ready to set up my utilities because my landlord said that it had to be done in person. I looked up the reviews, and Google has a complaint that's as old as 8 years ago of someone having the same complaint that I have today. So I don't know if anyone has addressed it yet in person, but I am here to request, encourage, demand, I'm not sure how that lands, but the requirement of having in-person service for utility setup is incredibly frustrating, especially in 2026. I submitted my petition, and Tasha Lard replied the next day. I appreciate her, wherever she is, and she agreed that there needs to be some updates made to the system. I registered with Gas South originally by accident, and I had to close my Gas South account, but I realized if I can register for the wrong company online, I have to come in person for the right company, and the day that I got here, I couldn't even get everything done because the system was down. And in the comments and Google, people say the system is down. So I finally came back, the system was up, and then I could show my landlord that I had a utility in my name. 5 hours later. Thankfully, my family was with me and I didn't have to pay movers, but I can't imagine someone having to take time out of their day to come in person, wait their turn, get an account number, wait for all the files to be up. Like that's, and I don't know what y'all did during COVID, but I'm very shocked that this is still a thing right now. So I moved in, I'm good. Aside from that, I'm enjoying it, I love the area, but I cared so much and I was inconvenienced so much I had to come in person and say, please fix this, because I don't want anyone else moving here to have to add to y'all Google reviews. That's it.
Up next, we have Vincent Callender.
Madam City Clerk, can you also let the record show that Councilwoman Martin Rogers has came to the meeting? Thank you.
I actually have her and Councilmember Ziegler.
Oh, I didn't see Ziegler. I'm
Yes.
sorry. And Councilwoman Ziegler, sorry.
Good evening, Vincent Callender, 1877 Idlewood Drive. First, I would like to congratulate the young ladies that are here today. As an educator who is celebrating the first day of school, it is always great to see our students succeed, so congratulations to them. I've been disheartened from what I've seen from the action of council over the last 2 months. On top of that, I felt that Thursday's meeting call was a stunt. So the actions of the council caused me great concerns because it comes across as you all as being unprepared, having personal vendettas, and demonstrates a level of intransigence that will harm us all. I have seen members make false claims towards the city manager that includes increasing the city council's pay, fulfilling unapproved roles, and increasing his salary, despite the fact that those are all shown not to be true. You demand of his firing for not delivering on an update line item budget, despite the fact there was no deadline associated to that directive. And actually it was shown that the interim director of finance was working on that line item budget. But also the problem with the budgetary process, which I'm familiar with, is that you do not ask for a line item budget 15 days prior before a budget is due. The process takes too long to do, especially the size and the number of employees that you have within the city. If you have held yourself to, some of you have held yourself to the level that you want to erroneously hold the city manager, you yourself will be fired because you have not been able to deliver on a directive of passing the budget by a given deadline. It is important that we pass the budget. It's true that the city does not have the ability to pay for all the services that we want to provide, which we should provide. But we have to also understand that some of the services that were provided were given to us by the support of COVID funds that do not exist anymore. The city does not have the capacity to offer all these services to benefit the people who we know are in need. So it's important that the city works together, that you all work together to deliver on passing the budget. If you are able to do this, we will be able to succeed. And it's important that you all also work together to work on the issues that the city manager has outlined regarding the quagmire of our finances. We must clean up the finances in order for our city to be taken seriously. And our failure to do our work as demanded of you all will continue to put a stain on cities that look like us. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Ms. Cheryl Woodruff, and Ms. Nessa Hall gave her minutes to her, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. As part of my time tonight, I thought it would be, instead of me trying to speak and tell you all how dire my situation is, I brought a video. I've had it cut. It's actually 16 minutes long, how long I stood in the water that night, that evening, in the storm, trying to get some recognition so you all could see what I really was going through. So I let him start the video, and I'll let you all watch.
I don't want to it one time. Okay. We're going to get wet.
Okay, what is going on here? The rain is having a hard rain.
Come on here, maybe talk.
We're expecting about from 3 inches or more rain. All the rain trying to make it down to that one pipe. As you can see, it has overcome the low floods, the low area where the pipe is, which is right there where those 2 trees, that pipe is right there by those trees. It's completely filled that up. This is up the street coming from down the street. That's my mailbox. To the side all through there, that's my back door. You can't see it through there where the water actually, that's one of the neighbors' house. And the cars were coming through the water, so we was trying to alleviate that. I was out there, my husband standing there. That's the lady house that's up on the hill. That's the neighbor's house. That's the water drain where my house is right there, and the water is going into my house. I ended up full 5 feet of water in the house just from that rain alone. We had rain coming after that. All that's the side of my house, and water coming down the street, all the areas. I'm trying to just get it to let you all see exactly. All that is, it's like a river. That's the front of my house, and that water is coming down from down the hill, from the neighbor's yard, from the back street. All that water is coming toward our house. It's no way to contain it. That's my home. You can see all cars on the parking pad, some other cars in the water. I was trying to make it to the backyard so all y'all could get a see from the street, from the back side of the street behind me where they broke in. This is the neighbor to the left of me. There's an easement right there by that small bush with their water supposed to be going through, but it has overtaken their yard. So all this water has just surrounded my house, coming into my house. Then I just kept videoing as we would get to see from the back end of the house how much water. One neighbor ran out of her house and laid on the hill because I don't know if she was getting water, but she took off running to the neighbor house across the street. I'm out standing in all this muddy water. This is from the neighbor next door, all the water coming from that back street. I was trying to get them to get, they'll have the back part so you can see where that water's coming from the street behind me. In the very back, I went all through the woods so you all could actually get a sight of what I'm talking about when I say the water is coming from the back. From off that back street where you built that house, it was nowhere for the water to go. When they built those two houses up on the same side that my house is, about 3 houses, 2 of them are built, new homes are built there. They broke that ground. Muddy water started to run every time it rained until they finished building that house. It was mud all over. This one, I was out there for 16 minutes on this particular one video alone. This is a few days before Christmas, around 2017. And this has been going on many years before then. Before it even got that bad, I had already come to the city to let them know the stormwater has nowhere to go. And I don't know if you all have followed up on anything that I've said for as how that piece of that house got there. You can see it's just not livable. It's like a swamp now. It's dangerous. I'm getting codes from the city code department. The house is it's really, I'm trying to do whatever they say to try to keep myself, because that's the type of person I am. They came by and stuck on the door the other day. They want one of the gutters were hanging. I will have that taken care of because I do abide by the law. I won't break the law. If they say that's what they want, that's what I'll do. But at the same time, I want you all to just visualize. A few days before Christmas, we couldn't put out any decorations that year. And then here come the rain, coming from all over, just coming in. Everybody, the lady across the yard, her yard full of water. All the neighbors' yards are full of water. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Kendall Phillips.
Hello, Council. I am Kendall Phillips, and I am a Ward A resident. Over the last few months, I've been attending these meetings, and I've heard one thing and learned one thing, that feelings don't matter. So we're dealing with documentation right now. I brought some documentation here. I've stood behind this podium before, and I've sent all of you guys emails simultaneously, letting you guys know about the open records that I received and asking for some answers. Hey, what's going on with this red speed and this school zone cameras? I was getting tickets often, and everybody who lives around me. Dr. Hemming, thank you for reaching out to Chief and the Finance Director, giving them 1 month to get back to me with answers. And that was July 1st. It's August 1st, still no answers. Fiscal year 2026, the budget said that there was a $15,000 revenue for Red Speed. I asked our finance director, Elizabeth Cartwright, May 16, 2026, what our Red Speed revenue was, and she stated it was $183,000 to date. During open records request, I found out that the Red Speed Fund had $266,000 in it. I pushed further, found out that open records request from June 21st, from 2025 to March 2026, Red Speed has generated $683,000. We coming up here every week and everybody's saying we need these things. Where is the money? Where's the money? I'm saying, is this money that we can use for our seniors, for this flooding, for all of these things that we're suffering with every day? How many times does a resident have to come up here before you get an answer? I mean, she's bringing documents, I'm bringing you guys' documents, and I still can't get an answer. That's all I have. Do we have $1 million in Red Speed tickets or not? That's my question.
Up next, we have Megan Middleton.
Sorry, make sure I do that right. Good evening, Mayor Chapman, members of City Council. My name is Megan Middleton. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Atlanta Community Food Bank, which is located here in East Point. I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce myself. Last fall, Councilmember Mitchell invited me here to introduce myself, give you all some information on some of the distribution numbers we were seeing at the time. But I know we have a new mayor, council members, just a new year, so I wanted to come back and just reintroduce myself. I know some of you were able to attend our egg donation event. However, I was actually traveling on business, so I didn't meet some of the new members, and just appreciate everything you all do and want you to know that I am here as a resource, as is the Atlanta Community Food Bank. So thank you all.
Lastly, we have Stephanie Gordon, and she had time given to her by Kayvon Arnold, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Stephanie Gordon, 4564 Parkway Circle. I am here this evening to address the circumstances regarding Councilmember Hemming's appointment of Mr. Taylor to the Ethics Board. Briefly, a timeline of those activities that occurred earlier this year. On February 4th, Councilmember Hemming contacted the city attorney to receive legal advice regarding Mr. Taylor's eligibility to that board. The city attorney responded same day, advising that Mr. Taylor had conflicting interests due to 2 previously filed ethics complaints and their pending status, stating that they both occurred within the 1-year time frame of consideration for his appointment to the board. Councilmember Hemming then sent that very email from the city attorney to Mr. Taylor that same evening. The next day, February 5th, Councilmember Hemming contacted the city clerk's office with essentially a reprimand that she needed to adhere to the city charter in making sure that Mr. Taylor's hearings were to be scheduled promptly. Please note at this point that is interference with operations. The city clerk's office has nothing to do with the scheduling of hearings. Once she relays the ethics complaints over to the ethics board and that respective attorney, she is done. That is a violation of the charter. Moving forward, February 17th, Councilmember Hemming then proceeded to appoint Mr. Taylor to the ethics board. She did not disclose, and I did watch the video of February 17th, she did not disclose to the full body of council that the city attorney previously stated there was a conflict of interest. Mr. Taylor has been appointed to that board and still currently serves. Just last week or so, the city was advised, and this information was recently exposed, and that's why I'm here tonight. Because as a former elected official, it is incumbent upon every single city council member to adhere to the charter. Councilmember Hemming loves to talk about adhering to the charter, but this course of action that was taken in February is not in adherence to the state legislation, nor is it in adherence to the city legislation. Now, for some reason, Councilmember Hemming wants another legal opinion, and she wants due process. Well, Council Hemming didn't bother to give due process to the city council when she made the appointment. One of my favorite poets, Maya Angelou, once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." And another one of my favorite poets, Miss Lauryn Hill, says, in her lyrical brilliance, "How you gonna win when you ain't right within?" Council, how are you going to win when you're not right within? So my ask to you as a full body tonight and in subsequent days is to, one, please go back in time and research all the actions that Councilmember Hemming took in February, because this is not a small thing. This is huge. We're talking about violation of oath, which is on state level, is a felony. Your oath is important. You cannot violate it. This is not a tiny thing. This is a big thing. It is huge. So when I filed my ethics complaints regarding this matter, I know that within the next year, I won't be able to serve on the ethics board, and I'm perfectly fine with that. So if it adheres to me, it adheres to everyone. And all these games that are being played right now to not adhere to what the city attorney stated earlier this year is just indicative of an obstinate mindset. The selfishness needs to stop. The game playing needs to stop. Unfortunately, it is not time enough for this person to serve. Maybe revisit it next year when the law says it can be revisited. But until then, follow the law, because when you want to be the charter police, you better police yourself too and make sure you adhere to the rules, because we are going to stand here today and every day necessary to make sure that that happens. We elected all of you, and I thank you for your service. But when we reach out to you, what I'm hearing tonight, when we reach out to you, stop ignoring emails. You don't have to like me. I don't care. But I'm a resident, and I deserve to be responded to, each and every one of you. If I call you, I expect a call back. When I email you, I expect an email back. And so does every resident who reaches out to you. As other people have said tonight, this isn't about personalities or personal feelings. Grow up. Grow up and serve this city the way it needs to be served. I want to thank my Ward D council members for the work that you do, for standing up and speaking out here. I want to thank the Ward C council members for doing the same. Continue to do it, and know that if I don't get to talk to you, I am supporting you. Thank you again for your service, and thank you, Mayor.
And God bless you, and God bless America.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you for the public comments this evening, and we will now move to comments from council. Okay, first we have Dr. Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I will not be complicit in illegal and unethical behavior. I keep hearing that the city manager inherited a lot. However, it didn't stop him from taking the job. Facts. The city manager was hired on March 3rd, 2025. The 2024 audit was already overdue when he arrived. However, once hired, he assumed responsibility for managing the city's recovery from that delinquency. The city manager should have identified why the audit was incomplete, provided a written recovery schedule with deadlines, and ensured all major accounts were reconciled, and hired accounting support to clear the backlog, which he did not, but then hired temporary support to investigate the issue. Regular meetings with auditors and written progress reports should have been provided to council All of that is necessary. Because the 2024 audit is not complete, the police department cannot obtain needed vehicles, creating a direct and unacceptable risk to public safety. Where's the accountability? The city manager was responsible for addressing it, not allowing it to continue indefinitely. The city is now behind the audit for 2025, which occurred under his administration. Where's the accountability? The city of East Point has lost its bond rating, which means without a current bond rating and completed audits, East Point's ability to finance the recreation facility, the pool, public safety vehicles, roads, water infrastructure, and economic development projects will be delayed, restricted, or made far more expensive. This is not just paperwork. It directly affects the services and improvements residents expect. So residents ask why some members of this council are avoiding accountability when the city manager is paid with our tax dollars. I was elected by the people, and I will continue to demand accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everyone that showed up this evening, for those that you were here in person and those that are viewing the meeting live stream. First of all, I'd like to thank my ward mate, Councilmember Mitchell, and the Word of Faith Love Center family. On the 25th of July, they did a book bag giveaway at Sykes Park. They were able to give away almost 200 book bags to deserving students starting school today. So I want to just thank them for all coming out. And for Ms. Woodall, you and I, we have spoken. I've spoken with your daughter, and I do want to let you know on tomorrow, I'm going to have my husband, he's going to take care of the gutter. He'll have the gutter taken care of for you on tomorrow. So we are working on it. Like I said, I have reached out to our water and sewer director just to find out exactly what it is that we can do. I will also say this, those heavy rains that come, my front yard looks like your front yard as well. I'm just around the corner from you on Cherry Blossom Lane, and my yard looks like that. I have the best peat moss growing in the city of East Point at this time because that water is coming through at that fast pace. So we are working on it. Please know that there are some things, this group, this diocese up here, we are a family, dysfunctional at times, yet we're still a family, and we do want you all to continue to hold us accountable. We know better, and we should, just as former Councilmember Gordon said, we know better, and we should all do better. So just letting everybody know, we do the personal things, we do need to put those aside so that we can do the things that we need to do to move the city forward. I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you so much. I would also like to thank all of the citizens who've come this evening to speak on your matters. I believe the name is Ms. Henderson, the new resident here who went to the customer care to get your utilities completed. I do hear your frustration around that, and there have been several conversations about this city updating our processes for establishing utilities. To your point with Gas South, not only that utility, but several other utilities, you never even have to walk into an office. Everything can be done by phone or online. So it is my hope that this body, along with our city manager, look at our processes for establishing utilities so that it cannot be an inconvenience for those who are seeking to live here in the city of East Point. I'm glad to hear my Councilmember Cummings speak with Ms. around the issue at 2932 Dogwood Drive for Ms. Woodall regarding your water situation. Thank you for that video. That was very helpful to see that. And so I'm hoping that there will be some action for that in the very near future regarding your situation there in terms of the drainage and the flooding of your home. The last thing that I would like to do is that I want to take a moment to correct public records regarding statements that have been recently made or attributed to me. It has been stated in a social media post recently that I read an email and just refused to respond as it relates to a special call meeting. That statement is simply false, as reflected in the official minutes that this body just approved from our July 16th special call meeting, which is the official verbatim record for what occurred in this meeting. You can find my quote at the bottom of page 8 of that special call meeting minutes. Likewise, it has been suggested that I refuse to attend a special called meeting on July 30th. That characterization is also false. When the city clerk contacted me on Tuesday regarding my availability for a Thursday meeting, I advised her that I had a scheduling conflict and would not be able to attend. A scheduling conflict is not a refusal. There are countless legitimate reasons why a council member cannot attend a meeting, but those do not constitute refusals. And since my time is up, I will stop there.
Are there any other council comments at this time? Okay, all right. Nope, okay. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just want to say again, echo a lot of the sentiment from my council members, but thank you for everyone that came out, spoke out, specifically the new resident here, Dogwood Drive. You know, we hear you. We may not have all of the answers and be able to respond now. I will say pictures, videos, they really do, you know, scream 1,000 words. So thank you for coming back and showing us exactly what you're experiencing. And I just wanted to say that you all have my commitment to getting these things resolved.
Any other council comments at this time? Okay. All right. And again, thank you for the residents that came out to speak. Thank you for your engagement and your focus on the matters of our city and coming out and having your voice heard. I do want to make sure that I want to acknowledge, I know with the stormwater and things that we have had, Representative Nikema Williams has come out and donated, or not donated, but help us deliver over $1 million in federal funding towards our stormwater, because the water in our city and how we manage it is very important. So between her and Director Echeverria at this time and their staff, we just want to acknowledge that those efforts those efforts are being addressed in some manner. I do agree that some of the processes in terms of the digital process and, you know, coming into the city with your utility bills and things like that, I think that we are working to address some of those issues in a digital manner moving forward. And we definitely have some other items on the agenda tonight that will kind of lean into what was discussed during our presentation or the residential comments, but we'll move on to those right now. And thank you for your information and thank you for being heard here tonight. So at this point, we will now move to the presentations and announcements. And our first presentation is we are going to be honoring some very talented and special young ladies tonight, starting with a proclamation for Miss Kaylee Arnold. And we will also be acknowledging Miss Zeta Staples and Miss Alyssa Bandel. Is she with us today? Okay. So I'm not going to read all of them, but I'm just going to read them, and then we're going to come down and take some pictures with you guys, okay? So Miss Kaylee, right? Is that how you spell it? Okay, Kaylee, Miss Kaylee Arnold is a proud native of East Point, Georgia, and a distinguished graduating senior of Tri-Cities High School, class of 2026, and has earned recognition through her academic excellence, purposeful leadership, and civic engagement, and commitment to opening doors for others. So thank you so much for your leadership, and we're excited that you are going off to college this year. And then our next recipient is Miss Zeta Staples. And a little bit about Miss Zeta. Zeta is the youngest daughter of Darius Henderson, is that how you pronounce his name? Okay, distinguished herself academically by graduating with a 4.0 GPA, average GPA, and ranking third in her class. She reflects on the discipline and service and education that has shaped her educational journey. Both of these young ladies are not just very high achieving academic scholars, but they are also student athletes. So they spend their time, you know, between the court and the classroom, and as far as I can see, also donating their time and their talents to civic service. And so you are a triple threat, and we are extremely proud to have you a part of our community. And so for you both, I, Keisha Chapman, Mayor of the City of East Point, along with City Council, hereby recognize Zeta Staples as well as Kaylee Arnold for their discipline, leadership, competitive spirit, and commitment to improving the well-being of others the well-being of others and their commitment to their journey at Tri-Cities High School. So thank you so much. Come over here and please be right. Step.
Madam Mayor, you should be here.
Thank you.
Congratulations, ladies.
Wait a second, we're missing a council member. Councilmember Caldwell. Sorry about that.
Okay, Monday, which one do you want to do? Southern University. Okay.
Everybody cheating this up,
Principal of the school is here. Where's the principal?
Come on, friend. Sit down.
I'm not appropriately dressed for it.
Yeah.
What? You wanna, come on. You said your baby. Oh, this is the, oh. All right. Thank you guys. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations. We are super duper proud of you guys. Super. Yeah. And when did y'all get a picture party? I stick it in the middle, huh? Oh, this one. Yeah. So I got it. Let it go. Okay, thank you for coming out tonight, ladies. And if we can get a copy of those schedules for the athletic events, that would be amazing, so that the community can come out and support the students. All right. All right, council, let's see. Okay. And then item number 4, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes. Madam Mayor, since I arrived a tad bit tardy, I'd like this item removed and placed on our 3rd meeting as a presentation in August. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, thank you so much.
Committee reports. Wait, I think we need to go into executive session. I don't know.
Madam Mayor is asking about going into executive session for an item for which the presenter needed to present earlier in the evening. And so if the council so moves to do so, then yes, now would be appropriate.
Okay. All right. Council, do we have a, go ahead.
I have an item, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
A legal item, please.
Oh, okay. So we were going to go into executive session for that one item, and then we were going to come back out. We just wanted to handle that because the presenter was here. So what I'm asking for is a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make it for you.
And I'm saying I have a legal item, Madam Mayor.
But it's for this one. So are you going to do the legal item in the second executive session, or are you going to?
Sure.
Okay, that's what I was asking for.
No.
Okay, so I make a motion to recess into executive session for 2 legal items.
Oh. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
We have a discussion, so we're going to, go ahead.
Yes, we were advised via email that we needed to go into executive session, preferably after public comments and the presentations for one item. That was it. And then we would come back and complete the meeting and go into another executive session at the end. The purpose of going into this executive session, as Madam City Attorney stated, was that the personnel needs to be heard early in our meeting.
Okay, so at this time, we have a motion on the floor to adjourn to executive session. Do we have, for 2 items, do we have a second? Okay. All those in favor, okay, any more items?
Discussion. So, I guess the ask was, can we go to executive session for 1 legal item, correct? That was the ask?
That was my ask over email. The motion now is for 2.
Can we amend the motion or make a substitute motion so we can just make it 1 item?
After discussion, there could be a motion, a substitute motion. You got to get a vote on the substitute motion. Depending on what happens to it, then you'll go back to the main motion.
Colleagues, there is an extenuating circumstance why I asked for this item. So obviously, it's the will of council to decide whether or not they would entertain this item, but it is a time-sensitive item, and that's why I've asked to add this item to the executive session.
Is there we didn't have a second. We got the second, so I'm going to call for the vote, and then we can. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hemming.
Comments. So what are we voting on at this point? Is it for 2 items or 1 item to go to executive session?
It's the second. We have one to vote to.
Yes, thank you. There are 2 legal items that are being discussed. Is there a possibility that they could be the same item?
I guess I would have to know what it is. I know what mine is. So
No.
this is the item that was subject to an email earlier late last week.
Okay. Councilmember Hemming, does it sound like that this is the same legal item?
It is not the same legal item.
Oh, it's not the same legal item. Okay, thank you. I yield.
Okay. I'm going to call for the vote now, since all discussion has happened. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. We will adjourn to executive session for 2 items.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor? Make a motion to reconvene from executive session.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We're now back in regular session. Councilwoman, oh, I thought she had, okay. I know, but she said that she had a question. Councilman Atkins? No, I'm sorry. Okay. We are on committee at this time, council. Are there any committee reports?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving to agenda
Yes,
item.
I have,
I'm sorry, we have one.
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me get my notes here. My apologies. Okay. I'm sorry. Meeting was called to order on, at 6:35. The members that were present was Councilmember Cummings Atkins, the city clerk, Councilman Martin Rogers, and Ms. Iris Jesse from HR. And we discussed the evals and should they be, the times that they should be done, and any corrective measures that need to take place on those. We, the city, Ms. Iris did, she was supposed to send a copy of the resolution to the city attorney to start vetting a document for distribution and review and approval for council. We also discussed unclassified employees and their ability to file grievances. and we spoke with the Ms. Jessie with regards to who is considered to be a unclassified employee here with the City of East Point. And we're also going to, the question was asked, need to be asked of the City Attorney, if those unclassified employees are legally able to file any type of grievance. Ms. Jessie was also advised to send to the City Attorney, the City Attorney's contract to GMA for proper vetting. I also reached out to 2 vendors to provide an executive summary on our evals for our direct reports. Those companies were Turnkey Solutions and TWC Global Solutions. Those proposals have both been sent out to every member on council and the mayor, and we will, would that be considered a legal matter? We will have a discussion to decide which company we decide to go with regards to who will do the executive summary on the evals for our direct reports. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Questions about your committee report? Okay. Hearing no other committee reports at this time, move to the agenda. Item number 5, council discussion and possible action on the 2027 budget. City Manager.
Sorry, Mayor. My item number 5 looks different, but certainly is my number 8. I don't know what I'm looking at, but anyway.
Did we get a different agenda? Do you have a different agenda from to?
I might. Yeah, I apparently do. Okay, so budget. At our, I think it was our July 20th meeting, there were directive to look at putting together the changes that was presented in a reprogramming or reprioritization spreadsheet. Staff worked at putting together that. There was also a request to provide more itemization, and staff has worked on that and putting together this in a form of a digital representation. So in that discussion, there also were items that wasn't reprioritizations, but some water projects related to intended most funding, which was in fund balance. The task was to have the city manager look at ways to pull these things together in budget. The reprioritizations were pretty straightforward because council had did much of the work on pulling together those items, basically reprioritizing certain priorities. And if there was a movement towards investing in one area that usually was funded by divesting or furloughing investments in another area to actually present that to be balanced. So city manager's office and the finance department looked at those items and made sure that they were able to be done without opening up the city to any unusual risk, and those have been presented. So there are a couple of options. It was presented as an option A, a digital version that took those reprioritizations and presented that in the digital book. There was also option B, which also added the water projects, additional $1,600,000 into the budget. The challenge with that was that we had presented an overall budget of $197 million approximately, and to add $1.6 million to that number would require us to re-advertise, go through another public hearing process, and the timing with that would literally add another month before we could get through going through that entire process again. So to avoid that, we kind of fell on the strategy of pushing what we call our not a fund balance. Excuse me, it's just gave me. Let me look at my budget real quick. Sorry. Cost allocations. Cost allocations essentially represent the services that general fund provides to enterprises in the form of legal services, electricity, technology, fleet services, all those things for them to do business. They usually provide a cost allocation payment, essentially overhead payment to the general fund. So the strategy was to move the cost allocation payments to the general fund to the very last quarter of the year to allow for the water enterprise in this case to hopefully realize some revenue enhancements throughout the year. There's some accounts that we're trying to settle up that would come in and essentially create a little of a windfall within the year. So we push off those cost allocations at the very far part of the fiscal year in order to make room for those that $1.6 million of additional capital improvement projects. So I provided a memo while that is a strategy, it does come with some risk, and provided a memo outlining what that risk looks like, but also a realistic view of revenues that we hoped would come in, but essentially we'd be spending based on funds that aren't in our account at this time, which comes with some risk. The other option, which was option C, which would be what I alluded to earlier, which would not go with the cost allocation approach and would essentially require going back out, re-advertising, having additional public hearings. May recall we've already had two of those. Typical budget years only requires one, but we would need to do that if we were going to just add additional a 1.6. The other thing is it also runs the risk because our revenue projections are pretty, conservative, and so or solid, and so we would be pressing and pushing that that would maybe run the risk of not having the projections meet our needs at the end of the year. So the council have those options. There's option A that deals with the reprioritization, and that was with the $4.1 million in there with reprioritizations. There was another option to add additional 1.6 to that number, and we provided a cost allocation strategy to that, even though that comes with some risk. And then option C, which would be pushing back the budget process for another month, which comes with risk and challenges with getting our audits for 2025 and 2026 going, because we would go another month before we could even start the audit on that 2026 year, and we've already agreed to try and do both of those in 2025 and 2026 with our auditors, so that could also create additional levels of complexity and challenges. But that is an option. So I also wanted to appoint or bring council's attention. I know that Plant Moran was engaged in providing a review of our 2027 revenue assumptions. There is a letter provided to the mayor and city council from them that provide the general observations and revenue items requiring additional support, and conclusions of their review of the budget and things that they saw. So that's also provided. Real quickly, they pretty much substantiated the fact that the budget is not abnormal or provide any kind of unusual circumstances that would raise concern in their view. They also identified, based on the procedures and practices that they reviewed, that there are issues with our enterprise funds that have created either structural deficits or structural pressures that have created reoccurring expenditures that exceed or are projected to exceed revenues. Those are things that were brought up earlier in the budget process, and they reaffirmed those things, and that memo has been presented. So with that, I think we've done what has been asked of us, provided options to council so that you can look at a number of different paths, all looking at ways to try and deal with what council has expressed as interest to them in the last deliberations.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions or concerns at this time? The motion. Okay, we're going to go through 2 rounds of discussion per council person, then we'll call for the motion. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes. And as I stated in an email, Mr. Jones, what you presented to council was not the motion with the budget books that you provided. I think that, well, the budget information that you provided, and I think where I am falling short is that there continues to be a narrative that there is no money for the most. I've done extensive research, and I just cannot fully believe that. And what I wanted to say was, after reviewing the revised 2027 budget book, I just have some concerns. The municipal option sales tax, most funding, I believe that's sheet 10. You continue to disregard the directives by failing to include the most funding in the 2027 all funds summary. We need to know what that most money is. And in a previous meeting, I read the list of deposits that were going into that account. I now want to know, what is that money that is going into that account? It's a record of it on their website. I would like to know, and I would feel more comfortable knowing the the amount that the most is generated, the current uncommitted and available most fund balance. That's where I keep falling short. And a complete accounting of all expenditures made from most since its inception. I think the taxpayers need to know. We keep hearing about these buckets. We've been presented with 2 budget items, one with the storm or the water and sewer monies in it, and one without, when we just had a water crisis. I don't know why anyone would vote not to support those projects, but I need to know about the most and how much money is in that account. That's what I would like to know. I'm going to yield for my colleagues. I also wanted to talk about that pool cash system. It's a pool cash, so all of the money is in one bucket. But to continue to sit and say, and that was the other thing, what you can and cannot use the most for. It's on their website. Let me read the website too, because I sent the website to myself. But I would like to know about the most, and do we have the money to fund those projects? Because the interim finance director said it was $6 million in the account, and I think that there is more money in that account. But the website is the Georgia Tax Center, dor.ga.gov. Thank you, and I'll yield at this time.
Okay, Councilwoman Hemming. Go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't sure if she wanted me to respond.
No.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hemming, and then Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I want to make sure that I understand the 3 options that you presented to us. So option A and B would allow council to adopt the budget using our existing $197 million total projection. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if we were to adopt option C, which is to use the most funding, which is a separate item as it sounds, we would have to update the $197 million and start the public process over, because it would be a new ordinance that would have to be drafted to include that $1.6 million from most. Is that correct?
That is correct. The only thing I would add to that is option B does allow for the most projects, the water projects, to be used. It's not necessarily using the most money.
Okay.
But it is providing for the funding to be done in option B. The only way that we were able to do that was to push off what the Water Resource Department would normally owe the general fund. We would say we would push that back to the end of the year with the hopes that we could get some clarity, some revenues on an account that's been outstanding. We believe that we could get roughly around $2 million from that, but it's disputed. So we have to kind of go through some negotiations, and the money's not in here, in our coffers yet. So it's a little bit of a risk on how well those negotiations go. There's a little bit of risk because we don't have the money right now, but we're saying that we'll put off what that department owes to general fund to the very end of the year to allow us to realize those revenue projections, hopefully come in at the 1.6 or higher to be able to pay for those projects.
Okay, so for the public, so that they understand what those revenues are, I have an email that you sent to council in your memo, and it looks like it includes several things: a GFA reimbursement of $1.8 million, a federal CDS reimbursement of $1.6 million, and a CDBG reimbursement of $300,000. So there's a total anticipated reimbursement of about $3.7 million that the city should expect to receive from these different sources. And so do I understand what you're saying is if we go with option B, which funds the water projects, we have to, I don't want to say hope, but we have to rely on the due diligence to get these dollars in so that the water resources might be able to fund the general fund the way that it's supposed to, make those reimbursements to the general fund?
And that's correct. And I will say some of those are hinged on our audits being corrected. So again, some of them come with some aggressive due diligence, but it's still doable.
Okay, so just to reiterate, so I understand what the options are presented to council. Option A, reprogrammed all of the dollars that council had previously voted on, with the exception of the $1.6 million.
Correct.
Option B includes the $1.6 million, but it comes with a financial, I don't want to say risk calculation, but it comes with some financial considerations. And then option C, which would be to use the most funding, would require the city to rewrite the ordinance and start the entire budget process over with a proper notice to the public and a proper hearing, et cetera. So council has three options before them tonight.
That's correct.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, I have a question for you. We got some questions from the public, and I just want to make sure that they are addressed. The public wanted to know, given that there had been substantive changes to the budget book itself, if the process needed to restart. And so my question to you, is there a difference between the budget ordinance and the budget book? And what are the requirements of the city to notice the public of the changes that have happened to date?
So the budget ordinance is the activating document that says you are passing the attached budgets. And so you have it in a book form. Some cities don't have it as fancy as that, right? And so the book is really the ordinance and the budget combined with the city manager's statement, the introduction or the bios of council. It's all of that. With respect to what the law requires, you've already checked that box. And let me tell you why I come to that conclusion. Even though the budgets have changed, I don't think the numbers, like how much revenue that comes in, has changed, but the actual how that money is distributed amongst your expenses has changed. Because in your charter, it says that you can approve the budget with amendments. So say when the budget first came up, it got a motion to approve with the following amendments, and it was pages and pages of amendments. You wouldn't have re-advertised then, right? And it would have looked differently than what it did on the website or when it was made public with the city clerk. However, there's an argument that if it is the will of this body and the constituents are needing a new opportunity to weigh in, right? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. But if you look at the strict letter of the law, you've already met it, and your charter already has contemplated that the budget likely would be adopted with changes.
Councilmember Cummings and then Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was just asking the city manager, and he's going to check on it, because I noticed in the new, well, they may answer it now, but in the new budget book, they had the deferred projects. They did have Station 2 back on there again as a deferred project. And then I looked on the section for the fire department, section 3510, those detail lines. The $350,000 was not noted on here, but I think the city manager or the interim finance director can, I just didn't see it on here, but I saw it back on the list of deferred projects.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I did put the 350 in there. I may have not changed the city manager's statement, but I did add the 350 into the detail line for the firehouse.
It's going to be in that section 3510 in the budget, but in the digital budget book?
Yes. And all the changes that you guys requested, I actually have that document, and I put the GL line so that everyone could see that. I can go get a copy of that and bring it, or email it to everybody, so that you know where to look for it in the budget book.
Okay. Could you please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I yield. I just didn't see that on there.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Couple of questions. So one, during a previous meeting, and I'm glad Ms. Cartwright just walked in, Ms. Cartwright, you mentioned that $6.5 million would be generated from the most, and that we had allocated roughly $2.2 million of it, and so $4.3 million was anticipated revenue. Is that revenue not counted for in the $196 million?
So let me take it back a step. So I was listening earlier before I got here, and you all talked about buckets of money, right? So in essence, what the water and sewer should look like is water and sewer should have its own, we should know that water and sewer has its revenue. And then you have the most, which yes, it was 6.5, right? That's the revenue. But what was happening is we were bringing all of that revenue together and including it in the water and sewer. So that is what, because if you look at the audits, it's pulled apart. And if you do some research, you're going to see most should be separated from water and sewer, and it has never been separated. And that's okay. We can make it right going forward. But in order to fix it, we have to now pull that $6 million apart from water and sewer. But if you do that, what happens is it looks like water and sewer was, let's just say $500, right? And you have most that's $500. But if you add them together, it looks like water and sewer has $1,000. When in actuality, they only have $500. And so that's why it's so important that we pull that most money apart so that it's not being considered as water and sewer, because it's causing confusion.
So a couple of things. I mean, one, I did look at the Georgia law, and it is supposed to be separated. It actually talks about commingling of funds.
Right.
I think it's Georgia law 48.821 requires that proceeds be kept in a separate account, prohibits commingling, limits the use of the funds, and requires annual audit reporting. So you're saying that we've commingled these funds?
From a budget perspective. From a banking perspective, most has its own bank account. That's why we can see, I think I've had several inquiries about the bank statement. So there's roughly around $9 million in the bank account for most. But when you look at it from a budgeting perspective, it's all commingled.
Right,
and it needs to be pulled apart.
The initial question was, how much do we generate? And that was $6.5 million. The second question was, how much was allocated? And that was 2.2. And so that left $4.3 million, which I asked, hey, what are we doing with that? And you mentioned that it was going into a savings account. And it had not been allocated in the FY27 budget. What was asked for in with the directive is, and I think it's actually more than $1.6 million in deferred projects, but it was to put the deferred projects back in, and let's just say the number is 1.6. That $4.3 million that we're saving should already be represented in the $196 million budget, and now we're just saying allocate the $1.6 million to these deferred projects.
And I hear what you're saying. I think we were thinking about like water emergencies, and we're trying to think, because we already know that we've had a water issue, right? There's been a water emergency, and we're trying to use those funds possibly for next year if there's more water emergencies. For true, not to say that we don't have true emergencies, but if you put all that $6 million in your budget, you're going to spend all that $6 million. And so
And
we
maybe not
want,
all of it. I mean, I think we're looking at specifically the deferred projects because we've already identified as a city that we have $375 million worth of repairs and aging pipes in our city that need to be replaced. The aging pipes are on this deferred project list. Because we just had a water crisis situation, we don't want to wait for emergencies because we know with emergency situations, costs go up. So a preventative measure would be to take money that we know or anticipate that we're going to make this year and allocate, not all of it, but another portion of it to these emergency projects or these projects that we know we need to address.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, and the only thing about that is if we pull that out, what that does is changes the revenue and it changes the ordinance, which means we pretty much have to start this cycle all over again.
But how? Because the 4.3 is there, it's in a reserve, it has not been allocated, and now we're just allocating it.
Because it's being part of the whole water and sewer revenue.
So we're using it in other ways already.
It's already included in all of the water and sewer revenue. Does that make sense?
No, because when I asked about the 6.5 million, and then we say how much of that is allocated. So we've defined out of this revenue that we're going to make, we're going to allocate 2.2 million. And we're not allocating 4.3 million. So we're not touching the 4.3 million. So it's there for us to allocate, just like we allocated the 2.2 million. So I guess I'm confused as to why this portion cannot be allocated.
So let's go back to the budget. Okay, we have a bank account for most, right? That's where all the money gets deposited. But when you're looking at it from a budget perspective, it goes all into one section. And so it got all allocated into the revenue for the water and sewer. It actually needs to be pulled apart, like it shouldn't even be part of water and sewer. It should be like a subsection for most, so that it's not getting confused with water and sewer. And that's because it's always been done that way, and so it wasn't something that I caught initially, and it did get all allocated to revenue.
So are you saying that it has been all allocated? So that 2.2 million of the most that was allocated prior, it's all 6.5 million that's been allocated?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't clear. That's why I said that multiple times, 6.5, 2.2 million allocated. But what you're saying is all 6.5 has been allocated.
Right. So if you look at water and sewer, I'm just going to say water and sewer is 22 million, and most is 6 million roughly. It's all added together, but it should be separate. It needs to be separated.
But adding it together, one, by law, we should not be commingling. I get it, you're saying from a budget perspective, but this is probably the issue with commingling.
Right.
Because two, we also have to provide audits. And
Right.
this money, the most money can only be used in certain ways. And I do want to clarify this because it's been said that most cannot be used towards operation costs. That's not true. According to the same state website, this is code 488200. It defines water and sewer projects and costs, operation costs, including the provision allowing limited maintenance and operating costs. So it does allow for operation costs. There is a cap in how much can be used towards operating costs. It does go in, say that as well. And the idea behind it is most puts these limitations in because they don't want to be the sole funding source for a full water department, kind of like what you just explained of commingling the funds together, because they don't want to pay 100% of salaries. They're not paying utilities. They're not paying office supplies and things of that nature. It should really be used towards projects, infrastructure projects, long-term infrastructure projects, including operation costs. So that, I want to make sure that that is clear when we go through this vote. We're not voting on this because it doesn't cover operating costs, because on the state website it does, and there's a cap to it. And I also wanted to understand, based on what we were going to generate in revenue and based on what was previously stated to us that was allocated, why we weren't using the other funding. Let me ask one more question. Because this says that the money should be separate and in a separate account, not budget, looking at that account, how much is in that account currently today? And this is,
I want to say
and
roughly
overall-
around 9 to 11 million is roughly in the bank account for most.
see, we haven't heard that at all.
Well, I've sent bank statements. I've had several requests for bank statements, and I've sent those bank statements. So I'm not sure if they got sent out.
So hold on, let me clarify. Wait a second.
It is also missing a very critical concept, which...
Mayor, I still have the floor.
Question is fund balance.
I'm sorry, Council, City Manager Jones, can she complete the statement, and then we'll go over to you to respond to that, please?
So what I want to say is, there's $11 million in a bank account right now for most. We're projecting to bring in another $6.5 million for most in FY27. It's almost $18 million. And we're trying not to complete $1.6 million of water projects. That's the discussion that we're having today. And those are the options that are before us. We've been told that it doesn't cover operating costs. On the state website, it does.
I can't really, with regard to the budget, when it was put in by the request put in by the director, it goes to a specific GL line, so all the GL lines end in most. So if it can go into the operating, then we just probably need to create a GL line for that.
So why wouldn't we use the 11 million that we have?
Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, for emergencies. Because we're saying we're preserving 4.3 million for emergencies. We also have 11 million currently that could be used for emergency. Why are we preserving almost 15 million and not handling the things that we need to handle currently?
Well, I mean, for me, this is my perspective coming in, taking a look. I'm having to go through all of these accounts and look at it as well, and I'm trying to dissect what is going on. I'm realizing these issues as far as the accounts being put together. So as we walk through this budget, I too am catching all these things, and these are things that need to be rectified. And yes, if we need to use emergency money, then, that's at the discretion of the council and the city manager.
I just want to say one thing, and then I'll go to you, city manager. I just want to make sure it's clear for the public to understand before we get into this vote how this most money comes about. The most stands for Municipal Option Sales Tax.
Mm-hmm.
Every time someone buys a good or service in the city of East Point, there's a tax collected at the site of the business.
Mm-hmm.
That tax is then sent over to the state, where the state takes a portion of that tax, and then the remaining tax is sent over to East Point in a separate account, non-commingled account, for us to use on water, sewer projects, and operating costs. And we are asking that that be applied in this situation. What I've just heard is, in the account currently, there's $9 to $11 million, and there's anticipated revenues coming in for FY27 of $6.5 million. So my question to the city manager is, why is it such a big deal that we hold on to another $1.6 million to projects you've deemed in this budget, if they go unfixed or unresolved, could be emergency situations, could be detrimental to the city?
Okay, so I'm going to try and answer this question as straightforward as I possibly can. I provided a memorandum which you hadn't responded to or had any questions to me that would have cleared this up. In the memorandum, I clearly show that our reserves for the Water and Resource Department has been depleted. $8.5 million for our emergency response non-restricted reserve is depleted. And so we have to rebuild that fund. Because while it is good that we have gotten the support of the public by resolution, and we have to follow the resolution or what the people voted on, we have to follow that. Whatever the state may have allowed, which I'll be happy to look into the state language, what is guiding here is what the people voted on. And in that resolution, it was capital. And so I suggest that we look at that item because that's our guiding principle, what the people actually voted on. That being aside, even if we had some flexibility in that, it comes nowhere close to replacing the reserves that is depleted now. I gave clear numbers, because I've been told we don't get to see numbers clearly shown here. I didn't get a phone call from you at all, clearly showing that we had at our last audited number, 6 million, and we showed 2 years of substantial deficits that wiped that out. That was unrestricted fund balance. Most is considered to be a restricted fund balance. We have limitations to that fund balance, but yet we still have to deal and be ready for emergencies when they come up. So to run into depleting our last fund balance, restricted balance for that enterprise would be not smart. It would not be financially smart to take that approach. You need to have some that you can hold back in fund balance. So you're talking about what's budgeted. You're looking at a budget. There's money outside of what is budgeted, and those are, in our fund balances. And I'm telling you, we only have restricted fund balance for the Water Reserves Department. Our unrestricted fund balance, our reserves, which is by policy, our local law, that we have $8.5 million in that for these type of operational issues that come up. We do not have any. I clearly showed that we have 2 years of deficits that have wiped that out. So while we're looking at $11 million in a restricted reserve, in a restricted fund balance or a restricted reserve amount, that gives us something, but it definitely does not give us the security to run out and take on additional capital projects when every project has the ability to have overruns or any other challenges unforeseen, not to mention the maintenance that requires of aging infrastructure. So the reason why you continue to hear me say that is because I'm trying to be cautious and give and also have an email of our water resource team saying how we can rebuild our reserves. To run into such a practice, it would be very risk averse. I just can't say that. We've created a way to try and get to those projects by taking on a little risk because we do have some revenues that we really think to come in, but I never try to spend money before I have it. And so for me, that's a risk, even though it's a calculated risk. To just foolhardily just spend our restricted reserves in this manner is more risk than I think is prudent.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, City Manager.
I still have more questions.
But can we go to the next round?
I mean, I still had questions, but.
Come back to you. Councilman Atkins and Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes,
May I
thank
at
you.
least respond to that, though?
We'll give you an opportunity to respond to it. Can we just get
Oh,
to the round of this? I think, go ahead, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I'd like to go back to option B, where we would utilize cost allocations. I know that Councilmember Hemming discussed there's some reimbursements that I think play into option B. One is the CDBG, and I can't remember the other two. My question is, historically, in terms of a trend, have we been receiving reimbursements from the other entities? Like I said, I know that one is CDBG.
GFA reimbursement for 1.8 million, federal CDS, that's Congressional Direct Spending. Saving,
yeah.
yep, that's 1.6, and the CDBG And I mentioned outstanding, a disputed
2 million.
water. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't want to include that piece because I don't know where we are on that particular piece, but the other ones, the CDBG, CDS, and the GFA, historically, have we had trouble getting any reimbursements, or have the city received reimbursements? And will the timeline that you've laid out in terms of doing something toward the end of the fiscal year, would these reimbursements get in time for us to be able to do those and include the additional water resources projects?
I certainly can speak to the GFA piece, and that has been held up because of audits. So those are loans that we've taken out, we've expended, but before we're due to get reimbursed those loans, but we are supposed to have our audits up to date before we can get that reimbursement. So I understand that, say for example, the 1.8, we likely won't see that until the third quarter, because under our most aggressive view, again, this was based on not having the month of July linger a bit. We, based on starting right out July 1st, we were talking with our auditors, and they were giving us the first April, March, basically the first quarter of the next calendar year of when we would have the audits done. And again, that's taking 25 and 26 simultaneously. That's putting in a whole lot of time and effort. It is an aggressive outlook, but it is doable. So to run in and think that 1.8 itself would be available anytime before that is not likely. And not fully grasping the CDS reimbursement. Director would have to walk me through that a little bit more, but that's at 1.6. Don't fully have a handle on that one, and then the CDBG is only 300,000. So really between the federal CDS and basically getting right with our outstanding disputed debt is really where that
the bulk of the
potential revenue would come from. So again, I feel comfortable that if something's going to happen there. I also, feel a little comfortable. The silver lining in the situation is that we're starting late in the fiscal year, and a lot of this has been based on a 12-month fiscal year, so I feel I have a little flexibility there. So it's a calculated risk, but again, anytime, my job is not to take, gamble, right? It's I don't count the money till it's in my hands. I don't have it in my hands, and I just want the council to know if we go with option B, they understand that we don't have that in hands. We have a good idea, we will, but it's not in our hands right now.
Right. And then the 2 million would be sort of on top of these other three sources.
That's right. And that's have to be negotiated, but we feel comfortable that's what's outstanding and what we should be able to regain.
Right. Thank you. I yield.
Okay. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and although the city manager keeps referring to his memorandum, it is a lengthy memorandum, but it's his interpretation. I've heard you say a couple of times that our reserve policy is at $0. Provide the bank statements that says that the reserve policies are at $0, not just your interpretation. My first question is to the city attorney. If those reserves, Madam Mayor, may I? If it is a policy that we have a certain amount of money in those reserves, is the city violating their own policy by having $0 in the reserves, Madam City Attorney? And shouldn't we have been informed that there was no money in those reserves?
So yes, you would be in violation of your own policy, but because you are self-governing, if you will, I'm not sure what the penalty would be if you would penalize yourselves for being in violation of your own policy. While this may be the first time for the budget, this is not the first time you guys have gone against your own policy or ordinance. And so what you do about it is up to the council as far as notification. I would imagine that comes with your monthly or annual or quarterly bank statements or financial reports of the status of your financial condition.
All right, thank you. And so, again, I'm going to ask Mr. City Manager and Mrs. Interim Finance Director, if it's $0, you should be able to pull those bank statements and not a screenshot of what we have here on screen, the proprietary funds statements. I'd like to see the bank statements where it says that it is $0 in that reserve account. I also want to address that we do have an email here, attachment A3, with the supporting documentation that talks about the expected reimbursements within the next 6 months from GFA, 1.8 million, federal CDS reimbursement, 1.6 million, CDBG reimbursement, 300,000. It's saying that total reimbursement should be 3.7 million, but the document goes on to say additional current outstanding revenue from College Park is approximately such and such. Receipt of this revenue reimbursements will increase reserve balance to approximately 5.96 million. It's right here in the email, Mr. Jones.
Which was part of my,
If the city's long-term reserve objective remains approximately 8 million, the remaining but I'm reading it for the record, 2.54 million reserve gap could be addressed through the ongoing water and sewer rate study rather than through immediate or substantial customer care rate increase. For immediate solution, the city should plan to contribute $508,000 annually without causing any operational issues. I'm going to yield at this point, but I would like to see the financial statement from the bank or the burden of proof that it is $0 in that policy, in that account. Thank you. I'll yield.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you, and I want to acknowledge that option B also included a resolution. And Madam City Clerk, for the viewing public, could you please pull the resolution up for the public? And while she's doing that, I'm just going to read a little bit of it into the record. It says, basically, if council were to adopt option B, they would need to adopt this resolution that says that the council has considered alternative budget options for fiscal year 2027, including additional investments in water infrastructure funded through MOST. And whereas the implementation of these additional capital projects requires the temporary reduction of general fund cost allocations charged to the Water Enterprise Fund, with the expectation that such allocations will be restored through a future budget amendment if sufficient revenues or expenditure savings become available. And whereas the city manager has advised that the Water Enterprise Fund currently does not maintain unrestricted revenues consistent with the city's financial policy and has recommended against adopting this funding strategy because it delays reserve restoration and increases financial risk. And whereas the City Council nevertheless finds that accelerating identified water infrastructure improvements serves as an important public purpose and desires to proceed with the additional capital investment with the full knowledge of the associated financial considerations, now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the City Council of East Point, that number one, the FY 2027 budget shall include approximately 1.6 million in additional Water Enterprise Fund capital projects as identified in the adopted budget. It says the funding strategy shall temporarily reduce the general fund cost allocations. We acknowledge the strategy may delay rebuilding the enterprise unrestricted reserves. The city manager shall provide quarterly financial reports to the city council regarding revenues, expenditures, etc. And nothing contained herein shall obligate the city to restore deferred cost allocation unless sufficient financial resources are available. So I just offer to my colleagues that the city manager has given us an option. The option is to take A, which does not include the $1.6 million. Option B is to include the $1.6 million, acknowledging these risks in the resolution. And then option C would be to start the budget process over. So colleagues, I have an appetite to consider the resolution that's presented before us. And I move to adopt the FY 2027 budget as proposed and authorize this resolution adopting the FY 2027 Water Capital Improvement Funding option and acknowledging the associated financial risks.
Second for discussion.
Madam Mayor, for that motion to be valid, it will require
A waiver of the first read of the ordinance.
first read of the ordinance.
I can start over. So I first move to waive the first read of the FY 2027 proposed ordinance, the FY 2027 proposed budget ordinance. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
What's the question? That's the waiver of the first reading. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. Oh, no?
No, she waived her, she came out of her discussion.
I was in for discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam City Attorney, so if we're waiving the first reading of the ordinance, I'm assuming would it have to be in its final form? Are we about to pass the ordinance now? Is that what we're about to vote on?
I'm not sure I would have to assume that that's going to be the next motion. And again, if you look at section 2-508, I'm so sorry, that's not the right section. Let me give it to you, 1 second, sir.
So even with us, I know I see a resolution.
If you look at section 5-102 of your charter, it provides, after the public hearing, the city council may adopt the budget with or without amendment. So it anticipates in the charter that the budget could be amended by the city council at the time of the vote. So the budget ordinance, I do believe the ordinance is in final form now, the actual budget, right? All of the numbers, the expenses, the revenue, all of that may get amended per this section, that it won't look like what you originally received. But
Right,
the ordinance, which is the cover page.
So I thought we were voting on the adjustments from last meeting. So last meeting, I don't call them amendments, but we came to a consensus on adjustments we wanted to see in the proposed budget. We viewed that, so now this is the first time we're meeting to say yay or nay on the changes, correct? Because if we still have further requests, then things need to be changed, and I guess we will send it back. If not, we would accept one of these options tonight.
That's possible, but if I remember correctly, sir, it was more than consensus. You guys actually voted on the changes that you presented at the last, not the last, well, yes, the last meeting.
Yeah, so we voted on the changes, and then it was the city managers and the financial director's job to come back with the vision of what we voted for.
Yes, sir.
And give us their interpretation of how this would. Okay, so that's what we're reviewing. So now it's back to us, and now we get to choose if we accept the vision or if we want to send it back for changes. So we can either accept or decline what's presented right now.
That is correct, and it sounds like the only motion that's on the table right now is to waive the first reading of adoption of the budget ordinance.
But that would be a vote on the actual budget ordinance.
No, that's just a vote to waive the first reading, and then I'm anticipating, I don't know, I can't, read minds. It sounds like the next vote likely will be what you're saying, a motion to adopt the FY27 budget.
And I would think since we made substantial changes, I know we probably changed about, or reallocated about $2+ million, would that have to be presented to the public before we adopt it?
I just wanted to be clear that the options are been fully developed. So the digital book is option A, fully option A, and then there's also a fully developed digital book, option B. Option C doesn't have a book just because it means we have to start all over.
So, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Mitchell?
Oh, no, so I was just making sure of the process, because, I mean, essentially, once, this is a new proposed budget, so the first proposed budget, we actually had the hearing on, but when we made substantial changes,
Yes.
I think it needs to be represented to the public, and what it sounds like now is we're about to waive the first reading for ordinance, which I believe the actual signing of the adoption of the budget would be the ordinance part of that.
So to your first question, we talked about that a bit ago, about whether or not the law requires you to have another public hearing. And because of what I just read in 5-102, it says that the council may adopt the budget with or without amendment, which tells me that what has been advertised to the public could change, because it says that the council can adopt it with or without an amendment. So you technically have met the letter of the law. However, there is no harm in re-advertising, going through that process again, but whether or not it's required, I can't say it's required based on what your charter says, that a budget can be adopted with amendment, which would lead one to believe that what was advertised may get changed. And that's what has occurred. But it would be up to your colleagues and you, obviously, to determine whether or not you want to elect the option that starts you back at square one.
Yeah, so I don't think we will be at square one, because once again, we have to come to a consensus on what we want to see in there. I think that's, that's progress. Now we've already given the city manager. I think we're a little bit further down the line. It's just, I was trying to make sure we didn't need to present the newly proposed budget to the people first, for us to be in compliance. But I know you keep saying it's kind of up to us. Okay, but yeah, I yield for right now. Thank you.
Okay. And then, yeah, so I also took a look at, shared some of this information with GMA, and to city's attorney's point, we are obviously in compliance as well. Like she already said, I'm not like second guessing you. I just did some extra due diligence. So we are in compliance, and it seems like, to city manager's point, we have option A and B, and there is technically no option C unless we say that there is an option C, which would be to re-advertise it to the public. But those were basically his feedback, is that we are in compliance. It would be up to us to determine whether the reallocation of the funds are approved, but we're also not, I think the biggest concern that was stated in one of the emails from the residents is that whatever changes that we made, that the budget had, the final amount would have changed drastically, and it doesn't seem like the amount has changed drastically. It's just a reallocation of said funds. And I'm city manager responding, asking you for your...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was just confirming from that. Okay. And I will pass it on to the next councilperson if there is any more questions or concerns.
I do have a question, and just to clarify, I don't know if you just asked the same question, so excuse me if you did, but to put the most back into, to allocate the most funds to these deferred projects, 1.6 million on a $197 million budget. We're saying that, and maybe this is a question for city attorney, that we would need to start this whole process over, or does it fall under what Mayor just said, a small allocation or a small change?
I think I could probably answer. So as long as we stay under that 197 million, as long as we stay within that number, we don't have to re-advertise because that's in our ordinance, which is what we send to the state. My option B provides that option, provides for the ability to stay within that number. There's the budget, and then there's fund balance outside of the budget. And that fund balance relates to the cash pool system. So when you look at that jug, that illustration that I have in there, that shows all of the resources. But the budget is only a piece of that. And so anytime that we access funds outside of the budget, it usually requires a budget amendment. It requires, some type of process that the council approves. The budget that's presented to you doesn't have all of our finances. It has, a chunk of our finances, certainly, large chunk, but not all. And so when you just say, oh, there's money in fund balance, right? And I talked about restricted fund balance as opposed to unrestricted or unassigned fund balance. That's outside of the budget. And so the fact that you're accessing funds outside of the budget, outside of that $197 million, it triggers a whole nother set of requirements. And so that's why we work so hard to work within that number, because one, that number is based on revenue projections that are solid this year. One of the arguments has been that we've been over projecting because it's a lot easier to do the budget that way. I can just say we're going to get 230 million, right? And I know I'm going to fall somewhere underneath that, but the problem is that lends itself to create structural deficits. And that's what we're trying to stop, right? And so we really are making this budget process is probably harder than most because we're really holding ourselves accountable to true projected revenues. And so that's why I say that we've created a way, it wasn't my favorite way, obviously I expressed that, but there's a way that we can do it within by pushing some of the obligations of the Water Resource Department to the furthest part of the year, in the hopes that some of the revenues that everybody generated, which was in my memo, the email that was read was in my memo, I'm clearly showing all those prospects. But again, we don't have them right now. We hope to have them by mid-year.
I want to make sure I can, because I never get to finish my questions because the answer is so lengthy. So I want to make sure that I can get my questions out. My question was, if we increase this by 1.6 million, do we have to go through the re-advertisement piece? Yes, no?
No, if you follow option B.
So option B is relying on collection of funds from different sources that may or may not happen, that haven't happened to this date, whereas this money was collected specifically for the projects that we are trying to complete. This other money, I don't know if we're going to be able to collect that, so we may not be able to get these, wait a second, projects done. The other question I have.
Can I stick with one so I can just answer that one?
But it has to be in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, it will be. Most is being used in that fashion. It's most money being used. We just don't have enough money of most. We can't just access more most money because it goes over the 197.
So my next question is from a timeline perspective, because we have 11 million in most that we can potentially access that would require the re-advertisement. What does that timeline look like? So that we can all get clear on it and in specifics, like if we can get this re-advertised by Thursday, like
What does the timeframe
So
look
the
like?
re-advertisement process is lengthy. It's 14 days, and then there's a public hearing that has to happen, and so that process is a month, at least a month, right? And that changes our overall audit process. We can't close out 26 until we approve a new budget. And so we already have a challenging audit. I mean, it's aggressive, it's doable, but doing things like extending another month, I have to disagree. It does have hurt. It will hurt us.
I understand where you're coming from. I would like to see us use funding sources that are dedicated to these specific projects. I don't know how you put this in the ordinance here. You put in number 2, the funding strategy would be, you have the funding strategy there, so why can't we outline the funding strategy in an amendment form or some way to the most? And put that in a place that we know that we can actually capture this revenue and we don't have to defer these projects. Why does it have to be attached to something that we have not collected and we may not collect?
All I can say is we made room to utilize and leverage the most that's within the 197. We gave you a strategy to do that. If it was easy, everybody would do it. The challenge is the challenge. We're limited by true projection of revenue, and we're limited by the most that we had within our budget. And then in that budget, we've leveraged it as much as we could by pushing off the cost allocations.
Right, but we also started with a budget that did not represent 11 million that was already in a bank account that we could have used. We could have taken that money ahead of time. That was an administrative decision to have a budget at 197 million with an extra 11 million sitting in a bank account that could have been used for a $1.6 million project. So that's where we are with it. I wonder, City Attorney, you mentioned that we could potentially accept a budget with an amendment. Is there some way that we can have that amendment to reflect the right funding sources so these projects don't have to be delayed?
And go over 197?
Yeah.
Then I would recommend you need to start, like I said, from scratch with the advertising. Redo it, right? You need to put back out the budget with the new number to shows that shows the allocation and all of that. Do a new public hearing, because now it's different. Before, we were talking about a budget that had the same revenues, the same expenses, it's just moved around, right? That's when you approve a budget with an amendment as supported by your charter. But what you're saying is you want to go get some more revenue, some more funding from the most source, put it in the budget where 197 may now be 210, right? It might look different. And so I would then recommend you do a new advertisement, have that version of the budget on display for the public, have your public hearing, vote.
I have a question, Madam City Attorney. I'm sorry, are you done? I didn't want to talk over you. Did you get all your questions in?
I'm in.
All right. I just have a question. So if they go with the budget now and then what Councilwoman Caldwell just proposed, why can't that be an amendment to the budget? To say for this specific project, you're not getting it for any other project, but you're going back to get the difference or the 1.6 to satisfy that. Why?
Moving money around, the same money, right? The same dollar, you might be splitting up 4 ways, 2 ways, 6 ways is one thing. Adding another dollar is something else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Caldwell, I just wanted to note that the option B does fund the $1.6 million. The risk that we're absorbing is whether or not we're going to wait for that additional cost to come, those additional revenues to come in to restore the reserve balance. So essentially, throughout the budget process, the city uses water, electric services, and we have to pay for that. We pay for that out of our general fund. We have to reimburse the Water Enterprise Fund based on our own usage. So what I understand from the city manager's proposal is that what we're saying is, we know that we owe ourselves money, but we're willing to wait on paying ourselves back until we get those additional revenues so that we can upfront fund the $1.6 million of projects. So the calculated risk we're taking is not whether or not the $1.6 million projects get done. The calculated risk that the city manager has described in this resolution is, when do we pay ourselves back? And what he has proposed is that we pay ourselves back at the end of the year. We acknowledge the risk that says, we know we owe ourselves this money, but we're going to wait till the end of the year until we can go after the revenue that should be coming in, that totals $5.96 million. We're going to wait for those revenues to come in before we restore and pay ourselves back. So option B funds the capital projects, full stop. The risk that we take on is to acknowledge that we don't pay ourselves back until we get that additional revenue, and he's saying that we do that at the end of the year. So I'm only offering that because I think I heard you ask the question of whether or not we then have to defer the projects for that revenue to come in. And that's not what the city manager is saying. What he's saying is, we defer reimbursing ourselves. The city attorney has already said that we often take the leverage allowed to council to follow or not existing policy and reserve limits. And so this is basically saying and acknowledging that that's what we would do. Fund the projects, but delay reimbursement to reserve and ourselves. That's what our option is tonight. Option C, as I heard it, is we get the money from most, as you're describing. We go out to the bank and we say we want to take that $1.6 million from the bank. The city manager, Madam City Clerk, could you put the city ordinance up for the budget? The city manager would have to then change two things. He would have to change the revenue lines to add the $1.6 million from our bank account, and then he would have to change the Water Enterprise Fund line or the most line. So he would have to change both revenue and expenditures. And what I hear the city attorney saying is that we would then have to start the process over. That takes possibly a month to accomplish. So those are the options before council, and that's why I moved, given what you've previously passionately shared, that's why I moved that we fund the $1.6 million projects, but we understand the risk that we're taking.
I do have a question to that.
Councilwoman Cummings, then Councilman Atkins, and then Councilwoman Caldwell. So we can move on after this last round, and we'll have to call for the vote. Go ahead, Councilwoman Cummings.
I think, I think at the end of the day, the decision that we need to make is if we're going to do it now, because I know the question is, if we just keep it as is and we go with option B, we don't have to do the advertisement and all that other stuff. If we go with taking it from the most and putting it in there, it increases the budget by $1.6 million. And now that's not what we signed on. That's not what we agreed upon. So, like you said, like you're saying, the decision to be made is, if we just use what we have now, still do the 1 point and take option B, then it's okay. We can actually vote and pass the budget. If we change it, it needs to go out for the public to view it, all that good stuff, and it's going to take a month. So that's really the two options that are before us, correct? Am I? Because any other change to that, it has to be, the public has to know. But if we just use it where we is now, the only thing we did was we kept it at the 197. We just kind of moved some stuff around and made it happen, still at the 197. Okay, so I guess everybody else needs to speak, and then we can call the question and just.
I got you. We'll have Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you. My concerns are twofold. One is the additional length of time that we would have to incur if we went with option C. And I think that what we really wanted to achieve in all of this was to make sure that we included all of those additions that we voted on at our previous meeting, and it sounds like all of those got included. And the resolution that has been drafted by our city manager would then also allow us to add the additional $1.6 million with the calculated risk of us paying ourselves back later in the year versus upfront. So my concern would be the additional time that it would require, and we would generally come back to the same place because those projects are the same. It's the exact same projects. Additionally, the longer we delay the passing of the budget, we're also delaying the audits that need to be completed because we cannot close out FY26. The audits not being done and us being behind on audits is a concern that we all should have, particularly based on information from the state and any other governmental funding source in terms of us being behind on audits. So with the resolution, I'm very comfortable because it adds the $1.6 million additional water enterprise capital fund improvement projects. It also keeps in the things that we voted on to add back into the budget, and it would allow us to start that process of closing out FY26 so that we can then get ready for 25 and 26 audits so that we can become in compliance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, right on.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Okay. All right, council, we've, hold on. Do we have any, Councilman Mitchell, and then Councilman, I got you, Caldwell. She's been, wait a minute. I'm trying to make sure.
Okay, thank you. So this goes back to my initial question. So if we're waiving the first reading, because it really sounds like we're about to try to adopt an ordinance right now. And once again, my only concern would be if we come to a consensus on one of these options, do we already have this in its final form so we can vote on it? So we all, for all three options, everything's there. Okay.
It's a whole digital book for each option.
Okay.
I just want to see the ordinance, not the budget.
Oh, the ordinance.
Whereas.
That's what that is, though.
Are you telling
This is that
me
stuff.
the ordinance and the budget?
Yes, I just had one question. So if we did, if we made it available, because I know we have the digital copies with or without the 1.6, that was just for our eyes only now. So let's just say we're good with all the changes and everything, and we go with option B. How many days does it have to be, publicized, for the public to see? Is there any?
So you're saying to keep it at the 197?
Keep it at the 197.
Well, then it could be however long you want because you've already checked the box, right? So you would just be doing it as a courtesy. So it could be 1 day, 2 days. It would be whatever you want because you've already met the legal requirement. So if you want to post it for
right,
the
I
public's
like,
view,
and that's the
you
thing
can do
about it.
that.
I'd like it for the public view.
Absolutely.
So that they would have an opportunity to see what it is that we're. They heard the changes have all been made. It'll put the $1.6 million in there. So my question, I guess, can I ask? Would it kill us if we did, if we're good with this and we go with, so I think when I think C is just we're looking at another 4 weeks. I mean, because the biggest thing is if this is what we're going with, I want the public to be able to see what it is. I mean, we have to present something for the public. The public has to have an opportunity to see what it is, those changes, correct?
I have a question to your point, So do you have to see the changes right now? And I'm not, the attorney has addressed, I'll let the attorney address that, because we were saying that the changes have been made and we adopted. Your question is whether we need to just push it to the public so they can see what the updated changes have been. And it doesn't have to take forever. Okay, but. So 2 days won't make a difference in terms of what I don't also think that the public understands what are the challenges with the delays. If we delay, what does this mean as well? I mean, Councilwoman, I'm going to stop and let Councilwoman Caldwell ask her question. Councilwoman Caldwell, do you have a question?
My question is directed to the city manager. My question for option B is, how will allocating funds, the general funds, or whichever funds you've mentioned outside of most, impact the water fund? Because you mentioned $0. Like, we keep using that funding source when this is exactly what the municipal option sales tax is generated for. It can only be used for water and sewer projects. And we have 11 million, and we're gonna bring in another 6.5 million, but we keep depleting this other area that we really shouldn't be depleting. And so now we're putting more pressure on that water fund versus using the fund that we should be using, and now we're saying we can't use it. So I just want to know, by going with option B, are we going to be putting ourselves in an even worse position because we're using the wrong funding source?
No. And the reason I say that is because we're borrowing from ourselves already. It's general fund that you're talking about. We owe general fund. We're saying to ourselves, we're going to push that off. Just like we've been saying with every other, like power, for example, general fund has just stepped up. General fund stepped up without us even knowing it because of the fund balance issues that we've already discovered during this budget process. So the answer is no.
I guess the other thing that I think the public needs to be aware of is, like, when we deplete that general funds, that's where, you know, our rate studies and all that type of stuff come in. We have money in a separate account that we're not using, that is causing our infrastructure costs to go up, and we're having to use tax dollars to do infrastructure projects that we're already collecting from the most tax that we just didn't put into the budget for whatever reason. The only other question I have is there a way, should we accept this just out of curiosity, that we can still go back and potentially leverage the most dollars, because that's what that money is used for, and we can free up some of what's in our general fund and not have to deplete it?
It just feels like we want our cake and our icing too, right? I don't know how better to answer the question. We have a cap. 197 is a cap. So
I got that. I'm saying after the fact, the budget amendment.
Even after the fact, if we would have moved money and put that, we would have had to give something else up. There's only so much we can fit in the 197. So the argument is like, where else?
But you're saying that we have 11 million that is not a part of the 197, that is sitting in a bank account that's not being used. It's outside of the budget. You just mentioned in this same conversation that there are monies that are outside of the budget that are just sitting. You did not account for them in the budget. And what we're trying to do is accommodate all of the projects that we want within that dollar amount that you mentioned, but there's still money that we can access outside of that. So what I'm asking is there a way, after potentially passing this, that we can use those funds that are specified just for what we're talking about on this, like we can pay ourselves back out of the most funding and free up our general funds, so we don't have to use our general funds for that?
You could essentially do a budget amendment once the year is started
So is that something that we can include in this ordinance? That's what I'm asking. Like, is there any way to reference that without having to go through this?
A budget amendment would have to be a separate process. So that's just like, we'll do budget amendments. We went through this process before, and I think I offered doing a budget amendment for some of those things earlier, and there was no trust in that we would do budget amendments.
There's still no trust, but
right?
yes.
So, yeah, so let's not even consider that.
Well, I'm asking because I want to make sure that we all have the options that are in front of us. So I want to get some understanding. If there is a way that we can get there, absolutely. But yeah, the trust has been broken because we've been given incorrect information multiple times.
I disagree
Counsel,
with that, certainly.
I'm going to move forward and call. For the, we were on the topic of, we went through discussion.
The
and then
motion
we're
was to
topic-
waive the first read.
Waive first reading, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? No. Can we just get a call, please, Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Hemming.
Aye.
Councilmember Atkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Caldwell.
No.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. No. The motion failed.
All right. So, back to our, item number 6. Item number 6. Do we have a motion on the floor for item number 6? Council, who is presenting item number 6? Oh, we don't have Department of Equity, Office Equity and Inclusion and Empowerment. Oh, hey, Mr. Wickfield, how are you?
So, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I got good news, I guess, and bad news. The good news, as you've probably seen, announces that the city was fortunate to be awarded a $500,000 grant from DCA to provide home repairs for residents in the city of East Point. So that's great news. The bad news is we needed a budget adopted before the end of this month. And so it's very frustrating to present to you tonight, but I'll do my best to get past that frustration. The resolutions here before you tonight are for 3 stipulations in order to receive the money from DCA. The first one is about, that you see here on the screen, I'm not sure the order on the agenda, is around the income limits for the program. And so there's limitations in terms of what folks can make. Again, it needs to be 80% of AMI and below, as well as there's some requirements that the homes, once they're rehabbed and rebuilt, that they don't exceed a certain dollar amount here in this AMI region. So that's one of the resolutions. The other resolution is that we would adopt the DCA's required policies and procedures. And so, as you know, this is federal money that gets passed through the state to us. So it just provides a framework for how we need to administer the program. It's very similar to how we administer the no-cost minor home repair program. Just a couple more stipulations that require us to go an extra mile. Like one of the things is in our procurement process to ensure we reach out to minority and women-owned businesses. There's a language access piece that we'd have to put together. So one of the resolutions is to adopt those policies and procedures. And the third is a resolution confirming and certifying that we're in compliance with the state statutes and that in regards to federal funding. And so that's, I think we do that already, that we comply with the Georgia law. But if we do have any sort of policies, I know they specifically call out sanctuary cities and as something they're trying to target, which seems kind of, interesting, but it does, I think by law, we already follow the state laws. So it's those three resolutions we needed passed tonight, and as I mentioned before, the budget was also a part of what's needed because we said in our grant application that there would be $250,000 that we will be putting towards home repairs in the city of East Point. And so, unless this body comes up with a different solution, then we need to figure out how we can negotiate with DCA. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you. In the memo, Mr. Whitfield, I think you said that the deadline for this is August 31st. So given what you just shared with us about the fact that council still has not adopted a budget and therefore cannot do the $250,000, I'm assuming that it might be prudent for council then to move this item or these items. I guess my question would be, of the three resolutions that are presented, do any of them, can we pass maybe the ones that don't authorize the 250 match, but without the budget, we can't recommend the 250 match. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how do we move something but acknowledge where we are with the limitations of not having passed the budget.
I guess that would be a question for the city attorney, and I guess, and thank you for that, through you, Mayor, to Councilwoman Dr. Hemming. If we were able to adopt these resolutions contingent upon a budget being passed August 31st, before August 31st, so if they adopted these resolutions now, and if by the 31st a budget is adopted, we can pass it in the DCA and say we're done, or do we need to wait to pass these resolutions?
It would need to look something like a motion to adopt the resolutions with an effective date of filling it right.
Okay, and I guess my concern is, given that council's discussion, I'm not confident that we will have a budget passed by August 31st, which is the deadline for this. And so what happens in that case? Do we forego and forfeit the funds?
Yes, so in my conversations with DCA, the piece of paper that they sent over says it needs to be by August 31st. If we can negotiate with them and try to negotiate and say there's unique circumstances here in East Point and we need you to make an exception, we're definitely willing to have those negotiation conversations with them.
They provide you with a resolution, a draft resolution?
Yes.
Can I see it?
Yeah, it's in the packet. Each one of those is a draft. Can you pull up those resolutions?
You just give me yours.
So this is the first one. Let's phrase it.
I just want to see it.
Oh, the physical one. Yep. She wants the physical one. Yep, I got you. Yep, thank you.
Some of these don't contemplate the adoption of the budget. Like, one of these is the resolution adoption of the Georgia statutes by local governmental entities. That just says that we are going to follow the sanctuary policies in OCGA 368023, the Georgia Drug-Free Workplace Act, and the Illegal Immigration Reform and Enforcement Act. So that one I don't think needs that contingency of a budget adoption. Then you have if the CHIP agreement, the 2026, and the administrative manual, if it says in there you got to have a budget adopted, then these would be the two that I would think needs the effective date to be a date in the future.
There's, I think, a $250,000 match, which is contemplated in the proposed budget.
It doesn't say that in either of these documents that I have.
I think it's,
I don't see a,
Yeah, I think what it's, you know, what it's based upon is adopting the policies and procedures, the plan. But if you feel like, hey, that shouldn't impact the adoption of the resolution, that's fine. I know in the actual grant agreement, when we get to the point of signing the grant agreement, it spells out how much money we have and the expectation that we have a match in it. Because that's what we apply for. Yeah, it's a thick 128-page doc right here.
because one of these resolutions says that we're going to follow whatever under the 28 days.
Correct.
We need to know what they.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of gave a summary. There's only a few things that are different from what we currently do. What this really lays out is how are you going to market the program? How are you going to procure services? You know, if there's any questions, I can specifically go to the questions in this 128-page doc. But
Has the council seen the program design that was set forth in our application?
yes, I'm assuming when we submitted the grant application back in January, everybody had a chance to see the grant application. I don't know if they remember or read it, but yeah, we sent it. That was a part of our packet when we submitted the grant and got approval from council to apply for the grant.
I have a question, Mr. Whitfield. The grants specifically and the matching, are they contingent? Do we have to have our audits passed?
We
To
haven't
get the
gotten.
match? Do we have to have audits passed to get the match or the grant at all?
We have not heard any feedback that said we were required to have an updated audit. We sent them our most recent audit as a part of our grant application, and they approved our grant application.
They approved the application, but does that also, do we know that that also applies to the match funds?
Well,
I know
yeah,
the
that's
grant,
yeah.
is it in totality or is it?
Yeah, so there's two separate things. One, in terms of the audit, as I mentioned, we submitted, I believe, our 2023 audit, which is our most recent, I believe, or maybe it was even 1 year before that. We submitted that as a part of the grant. They accepted that and awarded us. The second thing is around the matching portion, and in our grant application, we say that there's going to be $250,000 that the city's going to contribute towards our home repair program, and so we have a total of $750,000 towards this effort, and that was a part of the grant that we got, that was in the application.
Okay.
And we got points awarded for having a match.
Gotcha. All right.
Yes, I never went out. Thank you. So I guess my concern is, given that there is a match required that's contingent upon the budget adoption, I hate to do this, but I think that we should maybe defer these items until that budget adoption happens. Because if for some unforeseen circumstance, council doesn't adopt a budget with a match, I then don't know how we move forward with the program, and we would have these resolutions out there that are not tied to a program.
Yeah, I think that would be up to this body. I mean, I don't think, if the city attorney's okay with it, I don't think it's an issue to have the resolution.
I'm not okay with it for a different reason. I'm not okay with it because the resolutions provide that we are going to follow what was presented in the CHIP application and the program design. I have not, and I don't know if the council has seen or the city manager has seen what was put in the application that we would be promising to do, right? And so I would recommend to the council, as the client, you might want to know what you're agreeing to in an already approved application. And I know it likely was presented already,
Yes.
and did they approve it?
Yes, and that's why we,
So,
that's why
good.
we applied.
That's helpful. So you've already approved it, and you've approved the program design. What you approved got approved by DCA. The manual then would be the only thing I think that would require knowing
Yeah.
what we're agreeing to.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, I can go through kind of those requirements in terms of the program design, if that's helpful to this body, of what's different between what we currently do and then what's being asked of us, if you like. All right, so the first piece is around how residents enter the program. So currently, residents call, we go through an intake and verification process to check their age, because our program is for seniors, so we check their age, we ask them about their income, and then we place them on a wait list. Then once once we get to their name on the wait list, we then call them up. We send out our contractors, which you all approved, our two contractors, House Proud and Greenheart Construction. We send them out to assess the house, and then after they assess the house, they come up from a budgetary standpoint and says, hey, here's what we can fix. We average around $20,000 per home right now, and they say, here's what we can fix based on the budget we have. We agree with the resident on that, and then there's a tri-party signature between the resident, the city, and the contractor. We perform the work, and then we do a satisfactory survey at the end of it. For this CHIP program, they require us to do more broader marketing of the program. So it requires us to have a language access plan, so make sure there's bilingual marketing efforts that go out there. One of the questions we are going to ask DCA is, can we use our current wait list for this program? So that's a question we've already sent in. I'm waiting to get a response back. But one of the key pieces around, I believe they use a strong term to communicate, to describe this kind of holistic marketing effort. They want to make sure that happens as a part of this grant program. The second thing is around income verification. So we currently do income verifications very simply. Again, we ask folks to show us either SSI or a bill, or we look at the income from a very basic standpoint. For the CHIP program, they want us to get benefit records, pay stubs, bank statements, and so it requires just a little more intensive documentation of their income verification. I mentioned limits on the home. In our current program, we don't have a limit in terms of if the home was worth $350,000, or if it was worth $300,000. If they're a senior and need help, we help them. This program will, and they make under 80% of AMI. And this program, not only do they account for the 80% of AMI and below, but also if the home's value, what we believe is around $350,000, they can't be helped if the home is worth that much. So if they already have a home that's worth that much, they can't be helped in this program. I mentioned about the contractors, that's another piece. Like currently, we also don't do environmental reviews before we do repairs, so we don't put it out there publicly to, hey, we're about to do repairs in this home and ask for public comment, kind of similar to what we're doing with Deloe. This program requires us to do an environmental review with every home that we're going to repair. I mentioned the procurement piece. The reimbursement is pretty much the same. It is a reimbursement program. And let's see. Yeah, instead of us, right now we administer the funds for it. So once the contractor is done, we pay them out of our funds. but this also requires us to create a completion report and sending that to DCA within 60 days of the work being done. And those are some of the major things that are different from how we currently operate our program and what DCA is expecting us to do with these funds. So heavy on the marketing, having that language access plan, a little more documentation in terms of income verification, the limitations on the home value, and then we have to send stuff to DCA as opposed to right now we can just do things in-house.
Thank you. I think.
I can't remember my question this time.
Councilman Mitchell. Yeah. Okay. Is there a motion for? What the motion is for?
I have a
would it
question
confirm?
first.
That's a good question.
This is for the city attorney. Based on what was just said, as far as like what we would be required to do, would you say you would need time to review, or what are your thoughts based on what he just mentioned?
No, hearing that the program design and the application already got your review and approval, that was very helpful to know that that is something that has already been vetted by this body, and the program that was just articulated, I don't have the same reservations.
And then the other question is in regards to like a motion, because this is also based on the approval of the budget. In your estimation, should we consider moving this to potentially the next meeting? Or is there a way to do the motion?
If you wanted to do the motion now, it just would need to include language that the effective date would be after the adoption of the 2027 budget. So resolutions, a lot of time, if you don't say when it's effective immediately.
Okay.
So if you provide a new effective date, then you would have covered yourself.
Okay. Did you have another question? No, I was going to make the motion, but.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, you have a question?
I was going to make the motion, but you can if you want.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I move to adopt the resolution adopting homeowner eligibility and home ownership value limit requirements for the Community Home Investment Program, effective after the adoption of the FY27 budget.
Second.
Discussion.
Councilman Mitchell.
Oh,
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask the question before Councilmember Caldwell made the motion, but I know that the city attorney advised us to make sure that we make it effective after the adoption of the budget. My question is, when are these due back to Georgia DCA so that they can then do their finalization of the approval of the $500,000? Because if we simply say effective after the adoption of the budget, and that happens in September, October, but these are due before then there's no reason to have the resolutions. Yeah, that's why I just wanted to get the date.
I'd like to make one comment on that. Just, I do want to keep a window for us. If we do adopt the resolution, and I don't even want to put this in the atmosphere, just say we need to submit our records after August 31st. I would still like to be able to negotiate with DCA to be able to say, hey, there was unique circumstances, and I think they recognize, I don't want to let you off the hook on passing the budget, but I will say this. They do recognize that they made this announcement in June. They had a training they gave us the instructions July 16th, and they had a training July 22nd. So they recognize, hey, we know this was a tight timeline, we're kind of behind on things as well, so I don't want to lose the window that we might be able to have some consideration for getting past August 31st. But that is what it says on paper, is August 31st. But we might have some consideration, and then they did mention it on the training that they recognize that this was a short window, and getting council to adopt something within the short period may be difficult. So there could be room there. So I don't want us to lose that window.
And I just don't want us to lose $500,000. And right now, we are behind on audits. And so then if we're behind on audits and we go back to DCA and say we haven't yet passed the FY27 budget, in my mind, that's almost two strikes against us as they're trying to give us $500,000. So because we're behind on audits, I think that we could push to at least get a budget pass, and I just want to make sure that we're meeting whatever their deadline is so that we're not constantly showing up and say, oh, we don't have these audits and we don't have a budget pass. I don't know what the DC rules, the DCA rules are. It could be that then they said, okay, well, maybe you're not ready for this year, and they move to another applicant. Senior home repair is a very serious issue for us in the city, and I want to make sure that we're capitalizing on getting these dollars so that we can help those seniors out who need help.
Just some content. Thank you for that, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councilman Atkins' point. Just to put some gravity to this, we have 52 seniors waiting on our program right now. So aside from this $500,000 program or a grant opportunity, we have residents waiting right now on this fiscal year's to be approved so that they can get their home repaired. So, we're fielding the calls every day from residents who got water coming through their homes, got issues with baseboards, porches, accessibility. Every day I'm the one taking those calls and telling them, just hold off, the budget's gonna be passed, the budget's gonna be passed. So my frustration isn't just my own, it is a sentiment of what I experience from residents every day who are desiring to, and they're seniors, who are desiring for these services and need these services, so.
And as you know, Ms. Carver continues to call me, and I always connect you to that call. And I'll just have my colleagues to know that we had some dollars to do a portion of her project. The city was able to go in and put in grab bars, but the entire project requires the bathtub to come out. And while she's been waiting for that to happen, she has fallen again. And so this is a very serious issue, and I just don't want to prolong this because seniors are being affected. So with that, I think you were saying that the amendment for this would be to approve the resolution as stated by Councilmember Caldwell with an August 31st. I think that there was a way that you stated that, Madam City Attorney.
To the current motion on the floor, because we're in discussion on the motion, an amendment to the current motion that provides that the effective date, I think the motion was to approve it with an effective date post-adoption of the budget, provided that the budget is adopted before August 31st, 2025. 6.
Well, then would offer an amendment to, as stated by Councilman Caldwell, provided that the budget is adopted no later than August 31st.
2026.
2026.
So get a second on that, Madam
Do we have
Mayor.
a second? No,
No,
she
we
said
don't.
an amendment,
It's an amendment.
so I'm sorry. Second. Oh, thanks, Councilman. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
So now you vote on the full motion. The motion made by Caldwell, the amendment made by Atkins. You can get a vote on that.
So, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes.
Yes, I saw all three. They did. Wait, that was
Madam
don't
Mayor.
say.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, you got something, Sean, on this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, item number 7? Councilwoman Cohen?
Sure. So I move that we adopt the resolution adopting the policies, procedures, program design, and compliance plans for the Community Home Investment Program, CHIP. With what? Last motion.
August 20.
With the effective date of August 31st, 2026.
Is it 21st? Is it 21st or
31st?
Okay, just want
31st.
to make sure. Okay.
But wait,
Sec-
we didn't say that.
Second, all those in favor? All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Councilwoman Cardwell. Item number 8.
That was 8.
No, it was 8, that was 7. You did 7. We got to do 8 now.
Oh, okay. So last one, I move to adopt a resolution or the resolution certifying compliance with Georgia statutes required for participation in the Community Home Investment Program, CHIP,
With the effective
with an
date.
effective date of August 31st, 2026.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a small request to go back to item 5.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I know the heartburn is making sure that the public is made available, that the copy of the new budget is made available, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the FY 2027 budget with all the adjustments, adding option B, making the book available for public view, both digital and paper, allow for a public hearing to take place on August 17th for possible approval of the budget at the August 17th meeting. No, so, Madam City Attorney, so with that motion, because we did the previous one and we waived the first reading, we would not be able to for this motion, correct?
It sounds like, well, first of all, you can't do another motion to waive the first read because
Right.
that one failed.
Right.
So your motion, excuse me, is the first reading.
Right.
And so you can't adopt the final and do the second final read until the third meeting in
August 17th.
August, because the law says it has to be read at 2 regular meetings, and next week is not a regular meeting, it's a work session.
So
So
we can
your
take care of it on
motion
the
is
17th
is
and pass the
to
budget.
read it first. You're reading it first.
I'm reading it now. And then it will also give the public an opportunity to view it, both digital, and we see that we can make it available paper. Once that's done, then allow the public at the August 17th meeting, it affords the public the opportunity to come in for public, they could weigh in on it. Once they weigh on it, we hear it, and then we can possibly approve it, adopt it, and we're done.
That could work.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
You have any discussion?
Discussion?
I'm sorry.
Damn, I had that.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yeah, so I guess we don't need a public hearing for this. It's not required. And I don't want this to be so first of all, I have always been very against things that seem disingenuous. And having a public hearing on the same day that you're going to vote on it is not something that, that's not going to be something that you can, if someone were to really have a problem with the budget and they had some kind of grand idea, there'd be no way that you could implement that on the same day that you were going to vote on it. So that's always been my hang-up with public hearings where we have them on the same day that we vote. I have also suggested that we move the public hearing calendar so that we don't have the last one on the day that we vote. it's just going to delay more. It's just going to delay it more if we have something that comes up. And I mean, this should have been passed at this point 2 months ago.
Microphone.
It is disingenuous.
Okay, we have discussion. Okay.
Yes. Madam City Attorney, you had stated earlier that we've already met the letter of the law. So we've already had the required number of, we actually had 2 public hearings. If I hear what Councilmember Cummings said, I didn't think that I heard you say that we would have a public hearing, but if the public wanted to weigh in on it during the public comment piece, not that we have a public hearing on the 17th. So I just heard that the public will have the opportunity to weigh in, and then I took from that that they would do that during the public comment period, but we have already had 2 public hearings, so we don't need to have another public hearing. But the book will be available, residents can review it, and if they wanted to weigh in on the 17th, then they could share their thoughts. But I think that they've shared their thoughts that we need to pass a budget.
Okay. Can the motion be restated?
So can I restate it then? All right. I'm sorry?
I'm in for discussion. I'm in for discussion.
So let me kind of address the thing about the paper version. If the copy, the digital copy that you have, would this suffice if we maybe printed about 5 or 10 copies of it and made them available for the public to come up to view them, to take a look at it? Is that possible? And it's just something if they want, just to print out.
I should have been on this.
Yeah, so if they want to come and and look at it, then they'd just come to City Hall and view the book. So, I guess other people need to talk first.
The book is usually something different than a printout. I think it would be clearer, and we can print it out, so we can do that.
Is print out not a book? Okay.
It just needs to be the budget. Whatever y'all gonna adopt needs to be, it should have been on display with the clerk from the first advertisement and public hearing. Like, that's not new, that's always been a law. So if you're wanting to make it available again, then put it on display, and then the public can come to the clerk's office, look at it. If they want a copy of it, it's like an open records, and she can make copies, and they would pay for the pages, all of that, or they could sit there and look through it in the clerk's office.
So I guess I'll kind of, if other people need to weigh in, and then I can restate the motion.
One more question in discussion before you make your final.
Yes, and what I wanted to say, Councilmember Cummings, I support a public hearing because when was the last public hearing, Madam City Clerk? It's approximately, 2 months ago? I don't know. Okay, if you could look that up. I think that the consensus of the general public is, what I've heard, the running theme is, they should be allowed to look at those changes that were made.
That's what they want to have a chance to do, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
So I do support a public hearing because it gives residents who are tax-paying citizens the opportunity to see what changes have been made, and it's just the right thing to do. We've been at this for quite some time. We've made some changes. So I will support a public hearing. You said on August 17th, Councilmember Cumming?
We could do August 17th. I'll recognize Councilmember Ziegler's, what her concern was, if we, just so we don't muddy the water. So another option, if we wanted to do, we could either allow, like I was thinking, allow the public to weigh in, doing the public comments. That's what I was thinking. But if we need to, which I hate to say it, but a special call meeting to allow, if they want to I mean, I don't know if it'd be any different if they weighed in during the public comments, but I just really want the public to be able to see what
They
those
should have
changes
the
are, to
opportunity.
see it. And if there are whatever comments, because I think everybody was okay when we had the meeting before and we discussed what those changes were. Because I mean, a lot of the things that we brought the changes were the concerns from the public. So just to let them know that we heard them, we made sure that those adjustments were made. They'll be able to see it either digital or those paper copies. And once that's done, and like the city attorney said, it would allow for the second meeting, because this will be considered the first reading. The third meeting, our third meeting would be that reading, and then we could possibly approve the budget.
So the goal is to approve a budget on the 17th, right? That's the goal?
That's the goal.
Okay, so, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
So I need to.
Hold on. We got.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Councilwoman, who was first? Hemming and Caldwell?
Okay, Councilmember Cummings, I just wanted to confirm, when you first stated the motion, you said approve the budget with option B, but then as the discussion has gone on, it doesn't sound like your motion is to approve the budget with option B, is to make option B available for the public to consume with either a public hearing on the August 17th meeting or at some other time. So it's not approving the budget, it is making option B available. Is that what you're asking, Councilmember Caldwell? Cummings?
No, it was to approve the budget to be approved with option B, because, I mean, I think everybody was on board with option B and have the $1.6 million in there. We said that we were going to defer it as far as the city being paid back for that, because we knew the other option was, had they taken the money from the most, it would increase the budget by the 1.6, and we would have to go back through this whole process again. So.
But I'm not following. So if we're approving the budget tonight, and then we're having a public hearing after approving the budget, I'm confused by what your motion is accomplishing.
Because what needs to happen is, those changes have been made. It needs to be, I feel that that it should be available for the public, so that they can see it, that it's now in print. And we know these are the items that the adjustments have now been made. We've approved those adjustments. It's now in print, and it's in its final form. And it gives the public the opportunity to view it, that's all.
Okay, and then.
First reading.
Yeah, the first reading, yes.
Okay, and then the concern that I have is the outstanding question that Councilmember Caldwell kept raising, which is if we're going to use the revenue funds for most. So when I tried to make the motion earlier, it seemed as though there was maybe two concerns. One was the public being able to review the changes, but the other concern that your motion doesn't address is the revenue sources. So I'm trying to figure out what we're trying to accomplish. I'm happy to support a motion that makes option B and A available to the public, but I'm not comfortable with approving it and then also saying that we're going to later have a public hearing on it. I don't get why we would. If we're approving it and it's done. But if you're saying we're approving it to have a public hearing later, then we just make the two budget books available to the public for them to review, and then we have a proper review, public hearing, and we vote on the budget.
The reason why you can't do that is because it needs two reads. Because the motion to waive the first read has failed, and you can't bring that back for 60 days, you have to read it one time. This is her attempt to have it read.
A second read.
No, the first
This would
read.
be the first read. The first read.
Tonight would be the first read. Even if it fails, it's still considered a first read. And then it gets a second read and an adoption, potentially.
I see.
At the next regular meeting.
I see, okay.
And the reason for, I know you're saying if we approved it with either option A or B, A, we don't do the 1.6 is not in there. Option B puts it in there. And from what the city manager said is that we would pay ourselves, we would repay the
I
money
follow.
back to us on the back end.
I follow. I'll support it.
Okay.
I'll support it.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I just want to run through the scenario timeline for C, because my concern, one is, yes, the public should see it, but two is making sure that we're using the funds that we should be using, because if not, what we do, I want to make sure that we all understand the impact. We deplete our water funds, right? We put ourselves in a position where we don't have enough to cover expenses for the water department, which ultimately then raise costs to residents, right? We have 11 million in a bank account that we can use that would prevent that, or at least reduce that we're not using, right? And so I want to make sure that that part of it is clear, that we understand that if we go this route B, that's what we're doing. We're using money we shouldn't be using. It's going to result in more costs for our residents. The timeline for creating a new budget with the most, if we were to get something done, say this week, Wednesday, we advertise for 2 weeks, saying we could still get this approved before the 31st, without having to use those general funds. And maybe this is a question for city attorney. If we get that advertisement started at least this week, when we come back, could we waive the first reading and vote then?
You can't waive the first read for 60 days.
Even on a new budget that would be advertised?
It's a new budget.
Yeah, because we
So,
would be
yeah, it
adding.
wouldn't be the first read of this budget, it would be the first read of another budget.
Yes.
And I would have to defer to the city clerk on when you can get an advertisement. It's Monday. I think the paper runs on Wednesdays and Saturdays? Just Wednesdays?
So if we could do something by Wednesday, run for 2 weeks?
They typically ask for 7 days. So 7 days to get in their line or their loop or their waiting list, whatever, and then 14 days from that standpoint. And that's just the
You're saying 7 days for what part again?
7 days that the newspaper requires us to give them advance notice. And then it's 14 days, the actual timeline that it has to be advertised for. And that's just a notification. That's not the public hearing that's then required. So then you will actually have to have a public hearing.
And it can't be not less than 2 weeks after such publication for a public hearing on the budget.
And I think I've heard us talk about this before as an emergency, to where we can have some type of emergency that would be less than that 7-day window. Maybe that's a question for city clerk.
I can in the AJC, but it's definitely way more expensive than putting it in Southfield Neighbor.
Okay, I mean, we're trying to get this done by the 31st.
I would just need to know what dates it needs to be advertised and go from there.
You would need to know what?
What dates need to be advertised and go from there.
What things need to be advertised?
No, what dates, like that y'all plan on potentially adopting the budget? Like, that's the information I would need to put out that notice.
I'm trying to make sure that we all have a really good picture of what it is before we just completely say no. I'm trying to think of what another option could be so that we could get a budget passed before the 31st, because I also want to get a budget passed before the 31st, but I don't want to do something that's going to impact our residents in a negative way, and this option B does that.
Question, Councilwoman Caldwell? The 1.6 is what you're trying to make sure that we don't spend.
I'm sorry?
With the 1.6 is what you're trying to make sure that we don't use ahead of time before we get our funds in. Or
What
you're
I was
talking
saying about the 1.6 is for it to come from the source that it should be coming from versus enterprise general fund, whatever that funding source that the city manager has recommended, because again, it depletes our water fund and it will ultimately hurt our costs. Like, residents are gonna have to pay for that. That's where the money, their monies that they pay for the water bill, it comes out of that fund. I'm just trying to think of another option. That's it. I just wanted to know the timeline. So if we were to, 'cause I haven't heard a timeline yet. If there is a way to do this, what does that timeline look like?
So I was just sort of looking at the dates, and you say that the advertisement is on Wednesdays, correct? They require at least a 7-day. So we miss this Wednesday on the 5th, so the next Wednesday would be the 12th. Then it has to be advertised for 2 weeks, correct? So that takes us 14 days, 2 weeks. So from that day, you're going now to the 26th.
And then on the 26th, will we be able to do, what are the next steps from there?
You advertise on, what date did you say next?
I said the 12th.
If you advertise on the 12th, you would advertise for the public hearing to be not less than 2 weeks. In that advertisement, your public hearing would have to be 2 weeks or more from the date of that advertisement. So 14 plus 26.
So that's 26.
So you can have it the 26th or later for the public hearing. And then you would then need to do on that same night or the 27th or the 28th or 29th, 30th, 31st, you get it, a motion to waive the first read and an adoption.
So with that being said, we would either have to call because the 26th is that day.
Well, I'm sorry, I interrupted because I think it says regular meeting,
So if you go to a
that's
regular meeting,
special
that'll be
call.
September 1st.
Yeah, it would
Is
have
that
to be at a
holiday?
regular meeting.
Okay.
So now we're at September 1st. So the thing is, if we can either look at from the motion that I made, that'd be on the 17th to potentially pass it, or we'll go into September 1st.
September 8th.
Potentially, I'm sorry.
September 8th, the 7th is Labor Day.
The 7th is, like, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. So September 8th. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Cummings, August 31st is that Monday, because September 1st was a Tuesday.
That's not our regular, well, we have to do a special call meeting.
Got it.
You can't do a special call meeting, that's what I'm saying.
So it has to be at a regular meeting. So the regular meeting will be September 8th. So that's the soonest that we could get it done. So either August 17th or September 8th.
Okay.
So just however.
And then I guess that would nullify the resolutions that we just passed with the effective date
And
of
then-
August 31st regarding the CHIP program.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I just wanted to see if there was a way that we could get to this using the correct funding, because we're not using the correct funding source, and unfortunately, it's just unfortunate.
So is there any way that we could put that money back once it does come in?
He did already.
So, okay, and I understand what Councilmember Caldwell, what her concern is. So once that money does come in, what I'm asking, can we then use the most, I guess, once the money comes from most, take it and replace it with what it is that we used before, or since we're going to use general fund money? Y'all been moving it anyway.
I'm sorry, I was asking a question. Reallocation of the funds, was that to satisfy the difference?
The reallocation.
So can we do it again?
So the reallocation of the funds satisfied the difference, so we are balanced and good to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go, yeah.
So if that's the case, when those funds come in, like, can we, because we've taken money from most before to do it, so we can do it yet again, correct?
It would be a budget amendment once those funds come in.
I'm good with a budget amendment then, when the funds come in. And then that would make it back right again, that would make the account right.
Balance.
Yes, balance, Councilmember Caldwell.
Did you?
Yeah. So just like we've reallocated funds before, they've taken money from most and used and put it somewhere else. When those funds come in, through a budget amendment, we can take those funds that we used originally from the general fund and take it from the most account, just do a budget amendment to put it back to make that general fund account whole again.
I asked that earlier, right?
Well, he said-
And his response was, "You don't trust me."
So we got the money,
You-
we got
you
the money
agree.
from the allocation?
I agree, I still do.
We,
If council doesn't agree with
Like-
that, then that's fine. We can make sure that we hold you accountable like we should. I think if we can agree to that as council, that we can make sure we hold them accountable, then yeah.
Okay. So, can I restate my motion?
please restate your motion.
Yeah, Councilmember Atkins, I'm sorry, did you see me do?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so, let's try it again. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the FY 2027 budget with all the adjustments that council had made from the July, let me get the date, from the July 20th meeting, adding option B to fund adding option B using the $1.6 million to fund the water and sewer projects, making sure that the book is available for public view, both digital and paper copies are in the city clerk's office for public viewing, to allow for residents to weigh in, to allow residents the opportunity to weigh in on the approvals and the changes in the budget book at the August 17th meeting for possible adoption and approval of the budget at the third meeting. Did I cover everything? Wait. And also making sure once those funds from the most account have come in, we will make sure that a budget amendment is made to replace those, to replenish the funds from the general fund account, from using the funds from the most account. Does that cover?
That is everything, but I think the motion kind of contradicts itself a little bit. You mentioned approve a budget, and then you mentioned later on in the motion for the possible of approval. So I think we need to approve the option, because the goal is to make it available for public, and then on the 17th, we come back and approve the budget.
So take out the...
So take out that first approval. We want to move forward with option B.
Okay, so, all right. So the motion is to move forward with all the adjustments and changes for the FY27 budget, adding in option B, making sure that the budget book is available for public view, both digital and paper copies will be housed in the city clerk's office, allow for the public to weigh in at the August 17th meeting, for approval of the budget at the August 17th meeting, and also making sure that funds from the most account are used to replenish those funds that were used initially from the general funds account by way of a budget amendment.
We're good.
Okay. Second. In discussion. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries for the first reading, the waiver of the first reading. No, don't listen, the motion has passed, I'm not saying anything else, like,
So,
that doesn't
in
even
2
count.
weeks, we'll have the budget. We should have the, okay.
Number 9, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Hemming, number 9.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam City Clerk, if you could just put up, I have provided for council a proposed format for us to review the policy that the city attorney has previously provided to us regarding resources and expenditures. Given the hour, I will move this item, I'm happy to move this item to the work session, but I would ask my council colleagues to review the attachments so that we can have a productive meeting at the August 10th work session. And I just want to show it for the public, what that item is. If you click on item C, council work session discussion guide, please. Thank you. So what I've done is provide for you all the previous drafts that the city attorney has provided to council for authorizing resources and expenditures for the mayor and city council. This discussion guide asks you a couple of questions. Do we need to change the charter and ordinances to provide for the resources that council has wanted to expend in the FY 2027 budget? Question 2 asks you to describe what resources should be authorized. For example, should we have professional services, administrative support, communications, travel and training? Question 3 asks you to share what limits should apply, if any at all, what guardrails should there be? Should there be annual spending limits, prohibited uses, purchasing requirements? You can scroll a little bit, thank you. Question 4 asks you about what does accountability look like and what does transparency look like? Should there be public reports related to each of these expenditures and resources, receipts, documentation, periodic review or audit? And then question 5 asks you all to determine whether or not the city attorney and or city manager should prepare charter amendments, ordinance amendments, policies, resolutions, or any combination. The reason why this item is back on council as described in the background policy document is that we have just a few seconds ago approved a budget, or at least made progress toward approving a budget that has council allocations that are above what is defined in our existing city charter and ordinances. And so I just wanted to share this for my colleagues, and I ask you, City Clerk, to put this on the August 10th work session for discussion. Do I need a motion to do that? No. And I yield after that. Madam Mayor, I have previously presented to council a confidential request, and I am asking to be excused from the meeting at this time at 11:34 p.m. Are you asking me to state the rule? Madam City Attorney, Madam City Clerk, could you pull up council rules? And it's Rule 14.
Madam City Attorney, does Rule 14 apply to this? Can you just confirm, or just? Anything else on the agenda for
Rule 14.
Determine whether you will, as the chair, whether you will excuse the absence.
I'm going to apply Rule 14. I'm going to apply Rule 14.
So are you,
That's going to be the application, Rule 14. I'm going to apply it.
I think my question is, are you excusing me or not, Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Hemmings, I mean, if you have to, I mean, I don't know if you have to go. I'm telling you that I'm applying Rule 14, so I'm not making any exclusions at this time.
You're not excusing me from?
I am not excusing anything at this time.
Madam City Clerk, could you note for the record that I requested a confidential item from council, and that I am leaving the meeting at 11:37 p.m., please? Thank you.
All right, so we are moving on to the Code Red number 10.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know I had given a presentation at our last council meeting with regards to a Code Red campaign, which is the city's efforts to increase the number of participation for our residents with regards to our emergency notification program. And let's see, City Manager Jones did send me a presentation, some things that he had that was put together for the Code Red campaign. So what I would like to do at this time is take this item and schedule a meeting with City Manager Jones so that we can in depth just sort of discuss what the process, what the campaign would potentially look like, because he kind of, from what it was that he presented, it was a little bit longer. He kind of forecasted out a year-long program, and I was looking at for something that we could immediately get out and get increase our community participation in this program. So I'd like to, I guess we could bring it back possibly to a work session, or just for another, so that he and I can have an opportunity to sit down to discuss what this rollout would look like. That's all.
So you want to move the item to another work meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
We will, if it's not packed, you want to do the 17th, or you want to do the first meeting in September?
And in addition to that, is it possible that we have incorporate the crisis communication plan in that discussion? I don't know if that's a separate discussion that you guys are having, but I feel like.
We can incorporate it in there, so we'll do the August 17th meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item number 11, mine was just to get an update on the status of the FY 2024 audit status and 2024. Start there. City Manager.
I did need to make a motion for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'd
Thank
like
you.
to make a motion that we hear from the city manager in regards to an update on the 2024 audit status.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes.
So my update is no new updates at this time. I think the last time that we spoke about it, we had talked about mid-August to September being where the Mullen and Jenkins had said that they would expect it to be completed. Haven't had any updates since that time. But I will say, if you want something to be updated on, if you can give me time to actually get the staff geared up to provide a presentation, because this one, I just kind of caught up on this today, that it was on the agenda.
Okay, so when we have the next presentation, if we can move this to the work session, can we have a status of like what is completed, even if it's just a matter if there are 20 items, 10 items are completed or 5 items are complete? I'm not, am I making a directive? This is a directive. Okay, and then I was wondering if that can also include the barriers, like what are the remaining barriers, be it technology, be it the way pool cash is allocated amongst the various line items, whatever those things are, just kind of an understanding of what are the barriers. And then I don't know if we need to go into responsible owners, but just kind of like what's number of departments, for example, that we're still having challenges. I'm just looking for some type of status update for the actual, for the audits and like where we stand and where the barriers are for helping to, and if it's man hours, yes, is that a motion?
So do you want to have that on the work session?
Yeah, you can.
We could just have a presentation. I mean, Joseph Miller, he came in, did a presentation. I think he addressed those issues, but he can certainly give updates since he meets with them weekly.
Okay, all right, that's it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, can you please add that to the agenda for the next work session? Thank you. Okay, that was my who was carrying number 12? Nope, not going over number 12?
Yeah, we're going over number 12.
Oh. Okay, so number 12. Do we?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we open the floor for discussion and possible action on the Ethics Board appointments.
Okay, any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Okay, so.
You want to do this first?
Yeah, I'll go first. So we did have an opportunity I did also share this item with GMA, and per the advice of Mr. from GMA, the process has shown a value of consistent and fair appointment review. The appointing official selection should be respected unless the nominee fails to an established qualification and has legal relevant conflict. The same standard would apply regardless of who made the appointment. We should verify eligibility, identify any actual conflict, allow concerns to be addressed, and then note the nominee fairly. We should, and so essentially what I was advised on, what was shared with me, is that it's a matter of eligibility and the interpretation of whether the appointee was eligible at the time of the appointment, and that was what was shared with me from the GMA.
Okay. Am I in? Okay, so for me, prior to the appointment being made, prior to the appointment coming before council, legal guidance was sought from the city attorney regarding the proposed appointee's eligibility. The city attorney cited East Point's Code 2-508 subsection B, which proves that no person may serve on the Board of Ethics if they have or have had within the previous year an interest in any contract, transaction, or official action of the city. So based on that provision, the city attorney advised that the proposed appointee was not eligible because he had filed an ethics complaint that could have become the subject of official city action. The proposed appointee, and that it was also cited from GMA, those sentiments were echoed by a representative from GMA. The proposed appointee received that legal opinion and was aware that the city attorney had questioned his eligibility before the matter came before council. However, that legal opinion was not provided to the full body of council prior to the vote. So as a result, council was asked to make an appointment without the benefit of material legal advice directly addressing the appointee's qualifications. In addition, our charter also requires that every member appointed to a board of commission to swear that they are qualified to hold office and that they will comply with the charter and city code. If the appointee did not satisfy the qualifications that were set forth in the city charter's code 2-508 subsection B at the time of its appointment, then the threshold issue is not whether he should be removed from office, but whether he was ever legally eligible to be appointed in the first place. Accordingly, I ask council to consider whether it agrees with the city attorney's interpretation of Rule 2-508 subsection B, and if the council determines that the appointee was ineligible at the time of the appointment, then I believe that the appropriate course of action is to declare the appointment invalid, declare that the position is vacant, and request that Councilmember Hemming submit a qualified nominee for council's consideration. And the issue also that I'm taking with this is for the simple fact that I know that it has to be within a year's time of your appointment that you have no interest in anything with regards to the city. This member, Mr. Taylor, is still filing ethics complaints because now one was filed against me. And I'm in the process of dealing with that with the state. So not only was he not compliant, then he's still not compliant and still filing ethics. And I wouldn't even have a problem with the ethics complaint being filed if the request that was made of me was made to all members on the council. And if it's not, then I feel that it's something that I'm purposely being targeted for whatever reason. So my request is I move that council acknowledge the city's attorney's interpretation of our city code 2-508B and determine whether the appointee met the qualifications to serve on the Board of Ethics at the time of his appointment. And if council concludes that that appointee was not eligible under the code, I further move that council declare the appointment was invalid, declare the position vacant, and request Councilmember Hemmings to submit a qualified replacement. So that would be my motion.
We have the second, we have a discussion.
Okay, Councilmember, Ziegler and then Councilman Atkins.
Yes, my question is directed to the city attorney. Can you explain to us what the definition of an official action is? Or is there a definition provided to us in our ordinances or charter?
Sure. So there are two areas of your governing documents, your charter and your ordinance, that talks about the ethics board. So in your charter, 2-508, let me just go to it, 1 second. It provides for the creation of the Board of Ethics, consisting of 9 members who shall be residents of the city, specifically as it relates to this issue, and which was cited in my email was, it was in subsection B. No person shall serve as a member of the Board of Ethics if that person has or has had within the preceding 1-year period any interest in any contract, transaction, or official action of the city. So, but that's just the charter. Now, if you go to the Code of Ordinances, there is a definition section, 2-4003. And there are definitions for interest, there are definitions for official action, but there also is the disclaimer at the beginning of that section that says, for the purposes of this chapter, the following terms, phrases, words, or their derivatives shall have the meanings given herein. And so the plain reading of 2-4003 says that the definitions apply to this chapter, not to the ordinance, the charter that I read previously. But I certainly can read official action definition that's in the ordinances. And it says, any act, action, approval, decision, denial, directive, disapproval, inaction, order, performance, non-performance, recommendation, vote, or other direct result of a public servant's exercise of discretionary authority in connection with the public servant's public position. That is the definition of official action in your Code of Ordinances.
Okay, and then can you read, is there a definition for conflict of interest? Conflict of interest?
Let's see. Yes. Conflict of interest means not only a personal interest, as defined in this chapter, but also a professional or non-pecuniary, is that how you pronounce that? Interest, such as arises when the city attorney is precluded from representing one public servant because of the city attorney's pre-existing attorney-client relationship with another public servant. I don't think that's applicable.
Okay. Okay, and then would there be any legal implications that this appointee would feel targeted, granted that we are targeting them because they have filed ethics complaints against council members?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer how that individual would feel.
Okay. Do you think that it would, open us up to legal liability if we were to just go after this one person who has, filed ethics complaints against council members?
So, two things I will say. I do not represent council members in their individual capacity when they are the subject of or the bringer of ethics complaints, right? I represent the city and the city as a corporate entity. So if any individual council member, which is the conflicts of interest that I just read, is the subject of an ethics complaint or brings an ethics complaint, I'm not their lawyer, right? Unless the city makes a motion and a second and it passes by majority vote that we are bringing in, the city is bringing an ethics complaint against X. Then I represent the city in the bringing of the ethics complaint. Does that make sense? And then the other thing I will say is, I'm not sure what the cause of action would be for an individual against the city because of this conversation. I would recommend, though, that if the city is going to apply the rules, that they apply them consistently amongst all their boards, amongst all the members, and not cherry pick, but that the rules apply consistently and fairly across the board.
And in the Code of Ordinances, it talks about removal of board members. What would our legal ramifications be if we do not follow what is provided on how to remove somebody?
I'm looking for that section. Okay, it's in subsection G of 2-4018. I will bring to your attention, I mentioned the 2-508 and the charter. That is repeated again in this same section at subsection C. But G, removal of ethics board members, say that the governing body, which is you guys, may remove a member of the ethics board on the grounds of neglect of duty or misconduct in office. For purposes of this section, an ethics board member who, without good cause, misses three scheduled ethics panel rotations shall be deemed to have neglected his or her duties such that no further evidence demonstrating neglect need to be shown. Before initiating the removal of a member from the ethics board, the city council shall give the member written notice of the reason for the intended action, and the member shall have the opportunity to reply thereto. So that establishes like a due process section. Thereafter, the governing body shall afford such member an opportunity for a hearing before the city council. Removal of said ethics board member shall be upon a resolution passed by majority vote of the city council, that is. Upon removal of a member by the resolution of the governing body, the council member who appointed the removed individual shall designate a replacement member for the unexpired term as provided herein above. And so you are asking what happens if you guys don't follow this?
Correct.
So I think it's another example, as we talked about earlier about the council not following their own policies. And you would have to govern and police yourselves. And the expectation is that you pass them, you should follow them. I
guess my question is, I mean, would this open us up to legal action, potential legal action against the ethics board member?
So there is a cause of action called a mandamus that if a governing body is not following the rules or the law, they can be called into court, and a mandamus is basically asking a judge to require the governing authority to do what it is legally required to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mitchell.
Thank you. I would guess to that same note, so say if someone wasn't eligible to be on the committee, and say if he did make a ruling, could that be possibly challenged later on, or would any type of liabilities arise from somebody that's ineligible being on the committee? Madam City Attorney?
I'm not sure I understand your question, whether or not.
Right.
Maybe repeat it if you don't
Sir,
mind.
so imagine if someone would be ineligible for a board, and they might sit in on a case, right? Then it turns out later down the line that they maybe should not have been on that board to begin with. Could that bring legal challenges, or could people go back and challenge cases and things of that nature?
So it could, but I think what you guys are doing is asking me to give legal advice in the public on what someone, not y'all, right? The client, what someone could do against the city. And so I don't know if that's prudent or not, but I think that certainly you could expose yourselves to liability if the rules, the policies, the laws that have been approved by this body are not followed.
I was reading something earlier about nullification. So say if somebody isn't eligible, how would you approach a situation with someone who is not eligible, however gains access or admittance to a board? I think that's what it's under, yeah. They were saying the question is whether the city had the legal authority to appoint an individual who was expressly prohibited from serving. If that makes sense. and then it gets into the vacancy. It says an appointment made contrary to mandatory legal qualifications is nullified and should be treated void from its inception. These are notes, side notes, but it's basically interpreting, I guess, the code, but this is what I'm coming up with. Right. So even, I believe this may have came up on another subject, but say if we do something that's contrary to our charter and the code, does that void it out or nullify, I guess, the action? So saying if we did something unknowingly that violated the charter or the code, would that stand or would that?
Yes, I think it's fact to believe that this person was an eligible appointment. Say you appointed someone to a board, but they're already serving on another board, and I think we have a law that says you can't serve on more than one board. Then that appointment would not require, or that removal would not require due process and all of those things we just read because they weren't eligible to serve on the board in the first place. So if you agree with my interpretation, then yes, you can get to removal out of the steps that was just read in response to Councilwoman Zito.
So there were 4 things that were listed. It was said, determine that the appointment violated the mandatory eligibility requirements of the charter and code. 2, declare the appointment void because the appointment was never legally qualified to serve. 3, declare the seat vacant, effective immediately. 4, direct the city clerk to begin the process of filling. Well, we don't have to get into that. But the first 3, so I think this is without a vote. I guess I was kind of looking at different alternatives. So if we could nullify from the beginning, I'm not sure if a vote would need to be taken if he was never eligible for it. If that makes sense. It was taken. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Atkins and then Councilwoman Cardwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam City Attorney, my question goes to the due process piece from the ordinance that you read. And it seems that in that section, it speaks about the removal of an appointee, and then it singles out specifically the Ethics Board, because that process is different. I didn't write down the subsection, but you were reading it, and I think something about, but for the Ethics Board, then the process is this, and a public hearing, and those things, a due process for the appointee.
Yes, there is a due process, hearing process in the removal of the Ethics Board member.
Which is different from the removal of members of other boards and commissions and authorities. Is that correct? Okay. And the reason I'm asking a question around that is that I'm trying to surmise whether that was done differently for the Ethics Board just because of the nature of the board that it is. And so in my estimation, I clearly understand that the concerns that some may have, but I also am thinking about the due process. And so if we're going to move forward with any action to remove a member of the Ethics Board, then my concern would be around what our ordinance states in terms of due process around that. And the fact that it is separate from the removal of members of any other board, authority, and commission says to me that there was something about once being appointed to the Ethics Board, then that person being removed. And so the only other way then to, I guess, we would get around that is that this body would then have to make a determination as to whether the appointment was one that was ineligible initially, and that is based on whether there was a conflict of interest or something, or a professional business matter or something. I think that you read a couple of things that would have to apply in that situation. And then we were talking about definitions around that.
Yes, any interest in any contract, transaction, or official action of the city is the eligibility.
Okay.
And I read official action, but I was not asked to read interest.
Okay. Do you want to read interest? Would you? Okay.
Means any personal benefit accruing to a public servant or the public servant's partner in interest, whether in the public servant's own name or the name of any person or business from which the public servant is entitled to receive any personal benefit as a result of a matter which is or which is expected to become the subject of an official action by or with the city.
Okay.
That's the definition of interest.
Interest.
2-4003 in your code.
Okay.
Councilwoman Caldwell. I'm sorry, are you done, Councilman Atkins?
I just wanted to weigh in here and say maybe two things. I would have liked to have the information ahead of time, especially if there was a request, a legal request about eligibility prior to that vote taking place. Based on what I've saw, I do agree with the city attorney, and for those reasons, there's two things that kind of come up as far as that we didn't follow. One, there is guidelines for eligibility. It was said that this person wasn't eligible, and that information wasn't provided to us so that we would even know that. The other thing is, as the city attorney mentioned, that, or maybe Councilmember Cummings mentioned, is that the board members take an oath. The fact that that person also knew that they weren't eligible and meeting those requirements, those are two parts of the charter that I feel like were violated. And so this isn't a thing of removal. This is an eligibility issue. And based on the things that the city attorney read as far as the official action, the definition of that, to me, it falls within that. And so it doesn't have to go through that removal process. That person wasn't eligible in the first place. So I don't know what the next step is, but
A motion to remove. Discussion of possible action on ethics board appointment.
yeah, the person wasn't eligible.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Martin.
Yes, and I want to say that the charter sets the rules and public officials are expected to follow them. I respectfully disagree with my colleagues' handling of the board appointment because material information was not disclosed during the process. Transparency is a fundamental principle of good governance and is essential to maintaining public trust. When relevant information is withheld, elected officials and the public are prevented from making fully informed decisions. And I think, based upon the conversations that I've heard, this appointee is not eligible. It is documented heavily. It is a string of emails. The appointee was not eligible. Thank you.
Oh.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to call the question. So, because he was not eligible, I mean, I do understand the process, I do understand the concept of due process, but he was not eligible, and since he was never eligible in the first place, we shouldn't have to go through that process go through due process, because he was never eligible in the first place to be placed on the board as an ethics member.
Okay. And just to note that, I just had to be clear that if he's not, since he was not eligible for that board, if the council person still felt that that person was eligible for another board, that's still in her discretion to make on her own. That's something that she could possibly do if this is not the right board for him. So I wanted to make sure that that was also on the record and say, right, just not for this board. Just, that's all I wanted.
Yeah, she could remove him if he was eligible, but if he was never eligible from the jump, then
I just had to make it clear that I wanted to make sure that that was also
right.
right. Okay, thank you.
So Madam Mayor, what I read and interpreted were the rules that apply to the ethics board.
Right.
I wasn't asked about whether he was eligible for some other board.
Right,
Okay.
but when they were explaining it to me, when they were talking to GMA, they were saying that the ineligibility, if council deems it ineligible, then that would be what it is. But he may not be eligible for this board, but the council person that elected him or appointed him has a discretion to try to put him somewhere if that's what he or she would like to do.
Okay, I understand.
Does that make
what you're
sense?
saying.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
Yes. And Madam City Attorney, your opinion on that is it the interest piece and/or there was another criteria?
Official action.
Official action.
So my opinion is this. The eligibility says in both the charter and the code, any interest in any contract transaction or official action of the city. I don't think it's debatable whether or not ethics complaints that ultimately come to the city council for review and a vote is an official action of the city. I think that's obvious, at least in my mind, it is. Again, I'm an advice giver, not a decision maker, so if you guys disagree, I totally understand, and that's fine. The interest piece, as I just read, means any personal benefit accruing to a public servant or the public servant's partner in interest, blah, 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 whether in that person's name or the partner's in interest name, from which the public servant is entitled to receive any personal benefit as a result as a result of a matter which is or which is expected to become the subject of an official action by or with the city. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know whether or not there's some personal benefit that would fall back to the individual as a result of engaging in the official action. And based on the limited information I received, right, my interpretation and application of the definitions says, because I think my email said that's dicey or something, I said like that, like it's not clear cut that they are eligible. And I stand by that then, I stand by it now, and it's in this body's hands whether or not there's an agreement with that interpretation that I made or the opinion that I gave or not. But yes, looking at the definition of interest, looking at the definition of official action, which I think the only piece that is debatable is the interest piece. I think official action is clear. I came to the conclusion that there was a question as to his eligibility to serve on the Ethics Board, given the time period of being less than a year.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, I came
For the
back
record,
against,
Councilwoman Hemmings has come back to the meeting.
I came
Please.
back against my doctor's orders. Madam City Clerk, can you pull up the attachment for this item? And can you scroll down to the second page, one more, page 3? Okay, thank you, you can stop there. So, Madam City Attorney, I have a couple of questions for you. So the charter section 2-508 establishes the Board of Ethics, and it says that the City Council shall provide by ordinance the specific powers and duties of the Board of Ethics. So can you tell me, Madam City Attorney, where then, what ordinance establishes the duties of the Board of Ethics?
It'll be what you have there, 2-4001 et al., right? So it goes 001, 002, 003, it goes, it's a whole section on the Code of Ethics, or the boards and powers of the board. Specifically, that's 2-4019. But I don't think it's necessary because the language in 2-508 is repeated in 2-4018.
Okay, so can you go to section 2, to chapter 4? That is, Madam City Clerk, if you could go to chapter 4 of the Ethics Board.
In the code.
In the code.
If you just, okay. The second one.
Scroll to the very top of this. No, move, scroll to the very top of chapter 4.
It's subsection C. She's going all the way to the.
Yeah, that's what I want her to do. Chapter 4, all the way to the top of chapter 4. Okay, oh wait, you're now in chapter 3, chapter 4. Okay, scroll a little bit. Section, the chapter 4, as it begins, it says that for the purposes of this chapter, apply the definitions herein, right?
Yep, we read that, yes.
Okay, so I have a question, Madam City Attorney. If the charter section 2-508 establishes by ordinance the Ethics Board, and then chapter 4 says, apply these definitions, why would those definitions not apply to section 2-508 of the charter?
Because it says for this chapter, and I don't think it really matters because the language is repeated, right? So the same section 508, that language is repeated in the code. So you can apply those same definitions to the code and come to the same result.
Okay, so you read the definitions of official action interest. Did you also read the definitions of personal benefit?
No, I didn't read that one. I wasn't
Okay.
asked to read that one.
Can you read the definition of personal benefit?
Before you read that one, could you go to C? Not C. Yes, C. 2-4018C. Yes? So this language in C is the same language in the charter.
So can you interpret this language, given the definitions that are in this section? Since the definitions you said apply to this language.
Right, but the only thing I certainly can, which I did before you came in, the only reason why I'm pulling this up to show you is that the definitions can apply to this section, which is the same language as in the charter, but personal benefit is not in C. It's in one of the definitions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So
What's
C
the point of
says,
having it in the definition
no
if it doesn't
person
apply?
shall serve as a member of the Board of Ethics if the person has or has had within the preceding 1 year period. Let's stop there. The person had, within the preceding 1 year from the appointment, ethics complaints filed. This is not a conversation about the veracity or the, of the ethics complaints, right? All right, no person shall serve as a member of the Board of Ethics if the person has or had within the preceding 1 year period any interest in any contract, transaction, or official action of the city. So let's go to official action, because that's really the only thing that is defined.
Interest is also defined, Madam City Clerk?
I'm going to go back to that.
Okay.
And what I stated was that I do not think that it's debatable that the ethics complaints is not an official action of the city, because those complaints come to the city council for ultimate resolution. So official action, I read this, means any act, action, approval, decision, denial, directive, disapproval, inaction, order, performance, non-performance, recommendation, vote, or other direct result of a public servant's exercise of discretionary authority in connection with the public servant's public position. You want me to go to interest now?
Interest, please,
Okay.
yes.
Interest means any personal benefit, that's where you're getting personal benefit from, accruing to a public servant or the public servant's partner in interest, whether in the public servant's own name or the name of any person or business from which the public servant is entitled to receive any personal benefit as a result of a matter which is expected to become the subject of any official action by or with the city.
Okay, so a few seconds ago, did you say that it's not debatable whether or not there was official action?
Yes, I think in my interpretation, I think it's obvious that an ethics complaint is ultimately official action. It requires official action of the city council.
Got it. Based on this.
And the ethics board.
And the ethics board. So based on the definition that you just read of interest, what facts established that interest existed?
That was my point. That's what I was saying when you were walking in. With the limited facts I was given, I have no idea, right?
Okay.
And so that's why my email stated that it was, I think I used the word dicey or sketchy or not clear that the person was eligible.
I'm happy to pull up the email.
Yes.
Madam City Clerk, I'm going to forward you an email. But while that happens, I heard several comments that the facts established that he was not eligible. Based on the conversation that you've just said, that's not exactly the case.
So those weren't my comments. I think those were the comments of your colleagues.
Okay, so the comments of my colleagues were that he was not eligible and therefore the appointment should be nullified. And here's the matter. I'm not defending my actions. I'm not defending a single person in this city, but I am defending us following process. And if you're saying that I violated the process, then I would like to know what those facts are that establish that, because based on the city attorney's own comment, there are two definitions in eligibility that have to be considered. One is official action. She's saying, yes, there was official action taken, and the other is interest. And she's saying that based on the facts that she has, that had not been established. So for my colleagues to move to say that I violated the charter and that the definitions were, that that he was not eligible, I would ask my colleagues, as I have via email, to get us a written legal opinion. And the written legal opinion would allow us to determine the standard, not just for this appointment, but for any appointment, what information we should consider consistently and fairly so that we don't make mistakes. To characterize this as me violating a charter is a pretty serious offense. And so I'm perfectly fine with public scrutiny of any actions that council takes. But I think that council should consider all of the facts, and it seems like some council members have decided that based on their read of an email, that they have a difference of opinion. And so I think to square the difference of opinion, the best way to resolve that is by getting a formal written legal opinion. And Madam City Clerk, if you could go to that attachment again.
And the email says, please see below provision from the charter. Subsection B is the section that gives me pause. I didn't say sketchy or shady. I said it gives me pause.
Thank you. Gave her pause. If you could go back to that attachment and scroll down. Okay, right here. Here's a summary of the questions that need legal interpretation. How should the charter, section 2-508, and the ethics code be read together, if at all? What do the terms interest, official action, and personal benefit mean when determining a board of ethics eligibility? What facts and evidence should the city use before concluding that a prospective appointee has a disqualifying interest? And what legal standards should appointing officials use when evaluating future Board of Ethics appointments? And then after establishing whatever legal standard, how should it be applied consistently to this appointment under consideration and future appointments? And Madam City Clerk, if you could scroll some more, please. Continue scrolling, thank you. Scroll a little bit more. There's going to be a section that outlines, keep going. Okay, here it is. These questions, it's about 22 of them, would allow us to determine, as some of my colleagues have said, whether or not my appointee was eligible or not. And I just ask that council be consistent in its application of its code and charter. And if the code and charter suggests that this does not apply, then I would ask council to consider that. So I yield.
I've been kicked out a couple times.
Go ahead. Councilmember Zaber, and then Councilmember Tremaine, and then Councilmember Caldwell.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you pull up in the Code of Ethics, where it talks about who can file an ethics complaint? Can we read it? Okay, there we go. So this says that anybody who is of any natural person may file a complaint against a public servant, and any public servant can file a complaint, any decision maker. And so this question would be to you, Madam City Attorney. So when I read this, it sounds like if you are already an appointee on the board, you could make a complaint because you would be any natural person. But then if you file the year previous, it makes you ineligible to be on the board? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Because B doesn't say that any public servant, it says any public servant, prospective public servant, or formal public servant, either personally or on behalf of an organization, may request a Board of Ethics opinion.
Okay.
Not necessarily file one. So it looks like whoever wrote this was trying to make a distinction between a natural person and a public servant because they're in two separate sections of the code.
So then someone who is on the ethics board, are they a natural person or are they a public servant?
Like I said, I think whoever wrote this was trying to make a distinction, because otherwise, why is B, do they separate out public servant? So I'm not sure the answer to that. I think we would have to have the legislative history of this. And I agree with you, just if, on common sense, that anybody is a natural person, right? Regardless of what board you serve on. I just think there's another code section that says that if you did file one, you just can't serve on this board for this period of time. So it doesn't stop you from filing it as a natural person. I just think that there's another code section, as Councilmember Hemming put in her packet, that the law is just not one sentence. It has to be read in tandem. And so there's another code section that says, if you did file it, right, you can't serve on this board. Just the ethics board, not any other board.
Right, I guess my point is that it seems weird that you would be able to,
Sorry, I'll turn mine off.
that you would be able to make an ethics complaint while you're on the board, but not the year before you get appointed to it.
Yeah, that's what it says.
No, I have a comment.
Or someone's asked, look at 22-417A.
Can you read that again? What's on it?
2-4017, 2-4017.
Post-employment?
Yeah, if it says no public servant following the date he or she ceases to be a public servant, in any formal or informal appearance or negotiate with any decision maker. So it looks like even post-service, you've got some restrictions. And then you were asking about during. Let's go home. It says has or has had. So I think it does cover during, that you put during your service.
Thank you.
Subsection C, 2-4018.
Okay, so here you are saying that they are a public servant then, if they are on the board. So then, going back to the subsection, you would be able to get the opinion of the board, but not file a complaint.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This sounds very complicated and
No,
convoluted.
it does not. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oop.
There's a lot of code sections that have to be read and applied. But I agree with the last statement, that you can get an opinion, but you cannot file.
While you're on it.
Has or has had within the previous number.
12 months. Okay, well, hey.
Okay. And can we go back and reread the official action definition? Is that something that Madam City Clerk can pull up so we can all read it together?
Councilman Mitchell, and I just wanted to, put this to council. Councilman Mitchell, and I just wanted to make sure that we are not, okay. Councilman Mitchell, Councilman Cummings, and then I think that, and Councilwoman Caldwell, and then that's the final round, guys.
Yeah, so even as we walked through this last time, so I think official action definition proves the point that he's ineligible, because he did have a case in front of the Ethics Board, and it was clearly can't be a year before or after, so he's clearly he was not eligible. So I don't see why we would waste time on a legal opinion for this. We've already gotten, of an opinion from our city attorney. I think that was pretty obvious in the emails, but I think we don't need to waste any more time with this. And I think we have a motion on the floor, correct? Before I get off, I did want to ask, and this is a question for Madam City Attorney. Do you have to be present for the motion and the second to partake in the vote? Can you walk in after that and partake? Yeah, I was reading. Well, could you do that and see if Rule 14 would apply to that? Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Now that Councilmember Hemming joined us, I do have a couple of questions, because one of the things you mentioned when you came in is that we have all the facts. And unfortunately, there was one fact, which is the email that went to the city attorney that was left out. So I do have a question for you. Why was that information left out? Because I'll be honest, it seems very misleading that we weren't given that information. And the day of the vote, there were a lot of accolades that you mentioned about this person. And this one fact that could have at least changed my vote could have been different. And I'll also state why I agree with the city attorney's position on it. The same thing around the official act. It says any act, right, which is an ethics complaint would consist of any. It has other words of approval, decision, denial, vote. All of that falls within the realm of an ethics complaint. And that ethics complaint was filed within that preceding year. And the fact that you knew that information, I'm not, trying to drill down on that point, but I do want to know, why was that information left out? Because I'm having a hard time with disconnecting that it was left out in intention to mislead us on the day of the vote.
Thank you for that question, Councilman McCall. May I answer, Madam Mayor? Okay, thank you. So first, several council members on this dais received an email from Mr. Taylor about his ethics filings. Many of us, not everybody, but if you go back to the original email, you were listed. I think several other council members were listed. And so there wasn't any intention to hide details that were made available to the public or to you. For one, you were on the email where he talked about his ethics violations. Number two, we all have a responsibility and a duty to read the ethics code and the chapters to understand what the eligibility provisions are. And I read the eligibility provisions, called the city attorney and said, hey, I have a question about this. She responded to the piece about official action, but she didn't respond to the first part of that sentence, which is interest. And you heard tonight that the city attorney said there are questions about whether or not he had interest. So I can agree that official action happened. But the question is whether or not Mr. Taylor had interest. So we have read the definitions of interest into the record several times. The definitions of interest include personal benefit, which is defined in the chapter and code available to every council member. Also importantly, Section 2-4006, Section D says, all public servants have an affirmative duty to report any ethical violations of this chapter or the charter of which they have knowledge. Any person may report a violation of this chapter by filing an ethics complaint against any person other than a paid employee on the prescribed form with the city clerk, who shall convene an ethics panel for processing of such a report. And so what you've heard, similar to the conversation that Councilmember Ziegler and the city attorney just had, is that when you piecemeal and take parts of the ordinance and read that and interpret facts based on that small piece, you can come to many conclusions. And so the reason why I've consistently asked council to get a legal interpretation of this is because we have even seen here tonight, Madam City Clerk, can you put section 2-4006D on the board? We've seen conflicting information even with the interpretations that have been given tonight. All public servants have an affirmative duty to report any ethical violations of this chapter. But we previously just heard that an ethics board member couldn't. And so I continue to have questions, as I had at the time of appointment and as I continue to have now. Reading these things individually, you can arrive at an assumption or opinion. Reading these things together is what ultimately I'm asking council to do, not to defend my choices, to make it clear what the legal standard is, the standard process for every ethics board appointee from here forward, because we have seen tonight in this discussion that the data and the policies conflict. That's why I keep asking for a legal interpretation. And before you, just please, Madam, can we go back to the definition of interest?
I really wanted to know why the information was left out. So we're getting
the information wasn't left out.
It was.
The information was not left out.
Let me maybe rephrase it, because the information that was left out was you said that we need to get a legal opinion. You got a legal opinion, and you did not provide that legal opinion that you got to this board, and that's the information that was left out.
So those are two separate issues. If you want to litigate my actions and file an ethics complaint, you're welcome to do that.
No, I just asked the question.
But the question
as
is
to why.
about whether or not this appointee is eligible.
That wasn't my question. My question was more of a personal question to you to understand why you left that out, and I also explained that it felt misleading. So,
well, Rule 7 says that we don't impugn the motives of our colleagues, so I had no motive to leave anything out. And I described for you that we all have public documents that define the eligibility criteria for any board of ethics appointee. And so in this conversation tonight, we've seen that the definitions, at least on interest, and at least on whether or not a public servant can file an ethics complaint, conflict.
This isn't about interest. We've already said that. And when you look at that clause, it has three separate things separated by a comma, meaning any one part of those could be a violation and could impact eligibility. The part that comes up for me is the official action, not the interest piece, the official action. The official action is he filed an ethics complaint in the year preceding, and what we looked at is the definition of the official action, any act, approval, all of those words is what gets me to the place that that person wasn't eligible.
Correct. And I'm suggesting for you is that the very first part of that sentence is has an interest in.
But then
and then also, we just see here, section 2-406D.
We're going to go to Rule 12. And I think that maybe we can start wrapping this up, ladies and gentlemen.
I yield.
Okay, great. So can we move on to the motion that we have on hand? Okay, she moved? She withdrew? She withdrew the motion? Okay.
Hold on, we did?
What's that?
I was still waiting to hear back about Rule 14. Before you
think we-
withdraw it.
we can-
Before you withdraw it.
We can move on. If you're in, okay. All right, Councilman, and we are like in way in deep in ground.
Yes.
So we just want to make sure that we understand we have gone way beyond that to have this discussion. Is there anything that we want, do you want to call the motion, or what do we?
I'm gonna go like this.
I think that this is my second.
That's why I was waiting to hear back about Rule 14, because it would change, I guess, if she withdraws it or not. Because Councilmember was not here when the motion was made or seconded.
I'm sorry, Madam City. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir. Thank you.
Yes.
My turn. Okay. It says Rule 14, I don't know if you guys want to put it on the screen. Any council member who is absent without having been excused by the presiding officer shall have his or her vote counted as a yea vote on every non-substitute motion made. Council member shall be present when a question is stated and shall vote thereon unless excused by the chair. Any council member who leaves the chamber will have their vote recorded as a yea vote. Any council member who refused to vote will have that vote recorded as a yea vote. Council member may only vote as a yea, nay, or the council member may abstain due to a perceived or actual conflict of interest. Scroll up some.
Okay, sounds like disqualifies.
Right there. Wait, yeah, right there.
So, I'm sorry. Are we calling for?
Yes, so disqualifies.
So the question is, if someone left, they were unexcused,
Oh,
and they come back, are they allowed to vote?
The rule says that council members shall be present when a question is stated and shall vote thereon unless excused by the chair.
Present when the question is stated, which she was not.
we're going,
Correct. She was not present when the question was stated.
So the council member was not present when the question was stated, when your motion was stated.
Yes.
Okay,
And the chair did not excuse.
okay. So I'll call the question.
before you call that question, we had one more question in the queue before we get that. That's not just one. Did you have your question?
Yeah, I just went in. So for me, looking at all of the information that was provided and the ordinance that talks about due process for Ethics Board members, I strongly felt that Mr. Taylor needed and deserved due process in this. Once we also, Madam Attorney, read the items that would disqualify a member from the Ethics Board, I do not believe that Mr. Taylor has interest, that there was nothing for him to gain personally from his filings. But I do believe that when you had discussion around official action, that the official action piece was anything that was then to come to this body as the legislative body, then it's the official action piece. And because those things do not say it has to be both, or both of those criteria had to be met, it's the official action piece. And after the discussion and hearing you talk about those things would need to come to this body for final action, then that is the piece that I am hanging to, because I think that if there's a action from the ethics, it must come to us also as a part of that official process. But I do not believe that he had interest, and I also wanted to be very open-minded in terms of the ordinance around due process. But I do believe that the official action piece is the troubling piece in this because of the process in terms of rulings from the Ethics Board. Thank you.
Councilman Cumming.
Okay, and one more point of clarification. With filing ethics complaints, it has to be within that year's time for his being appointed to the Ethics Board. You can't file an ethics complaint cannot be filed within that year's time, correct? Or during the time that you're serving?
So you got two code sections that work for you.
Right. I just want to,
One says,
because you said section C.
no person shall serve as a member of the Board of Ethics if the person has current, or has had within the preceding one-year period.
Okay.
There's another code section.
We're good, because he just filed another one, so we're good.
But it has to be with the city. I think what you were referring to was not. It says, or other official action of the city. So that's a distinction. And then the other code section
Action of the city.
is,
Just considered action of the city.
what was the code section you just put up, Madam City Clerk? 2-40.
Is it 18?
No, it's all running together now, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Was it 18? 40, 18?
I'll just call it a question.
18. Is that it?
Can I just call a question? All right. I'll just go back and just read this.
It was 40-21, I think.
So do I need to restate the motion again, or just
No,
call the motion what was previously stated?
motion was stated. We were in discussion, so I have to call the vote.
Okay.
All those in favor?
What-
Oh,
Do you
sorry.
know the motion, do you guys know what you're voting on?
Yes, to have,
It was pretty long, the first one.
yeah, so the motion was to, that, with, hold on, let me get it all there, hold on. Okay, the motion was to declare that the appointee was invalid, declare his position vacant, and request that Councilmember Hemmings submit a qualified replacement for council's consideration.
Does the second still stand?
Does the second still stand? Yeah, does the second still stand?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay,
Rule 27, point of order, Madam Mayor.
go ahead,
Rule 27.
go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Oh,
you just have to
hold on.
state the rule, and then you need to read the rule and make a ruling.
Only a member who vote, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I got my own personal. What it says is only a member who voted on the prevailing side may vote, may move, hold on, no, hold on, that's not right. Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, only the member who voted on the prevailing side may move reconsideration and must occur during the same meeting. So confirm the mover was on the prevailing side before recognizing the motion.
Yeah, I
Can
don't
you,
think that applies.
can you interpret that, Kim?
That's the wrong rule.
Rule 27 says, only a council member that voted on the prevailing side may reconsider. A vote may be reconsidered at any time during the same meeting.
Thank you. So, Madam Mayor, your position was that Rule 14 applied, and therefore it would be a yay vote. So I would be on the prevailing side of that motion. And so I would ask that council reconsider the motion, which was to invalidate the appointment to the Ethics Board member. And I would offer an alternative motion, which is for council to get a legal opinion, a written legal opinion answering the questions contained in the document, a request for a formal legal interpretation regarding the eligibility standard for members of the East Point Board of Ethics, so council has clear guidance on how to apply the charter and ethics code to this and future appointments.
On the floor. Do we
Wait. I need some clarification. So, no. Well, I'm sorry. Somebody has to second it. So.
Second.
Okay,
Wait,
discussion.
What was the motion?
I don't.
You want to read it?
She tried to overrule Madam Mayor's determination that she was not excused. Somehow, I got lost.
So I didn't hear the mayor make a ruling on Rule 27.
No, on Rule 14. This is what I'm assuming.
Right, but Councilmember Hemming made a point of order. She stated Rule 27.
Okay.
Madam Mayor then is supposed to read the rule and then make a ruling on the rule. We haven't gotten a ruling on the point of order yet.
Okay.
So we need Madam Mayor to rule on Rule 27.
Okay.
The process is in Rule 13.
But then I had a point of order next. I have to wait to the ruling.
Yes, wait on the ruling for Rule 27, then we can go to yours. The process is in Rule 13. A point of order will take precedence over all other business. The chair must recognize the council member calling a point of order.
I did acknowledge her.
Right, there's more.
Okay.
Once recognized, the council member may only quote the rule number. She did that, and the rule. No discussion, explanation, or debate is allowed during a point of order. The chair will recognize the point of order and then rule as to the point of order. The council member calling for a point of order may appeal the ruling of the chair. The chair will then call for a vote to uphold the decision. We are waiting on your decision.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to figure out why I should or should not rule.
Yeah, it doesn't apply.
There is no debate or discussion during a point of order.
So at this time, we have to stop and reopen the vote, so.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I have another one.
Yeah, just tell us if it applies or not. You could. It's not a vote.
Oh, yeah.
It's no vote. You tell us.
The vote has already been completed, so I don't understand how we get to this point. My question is, so I say, does it stand or it does not stand, right? It does not stand.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I had a point of order. Oh.
The chairs.
All right. Call for a vote. All right, so let's call for a vote. Do we have a vote?
Wait, what the
We
vote
have a
is?
motion?
Wait.
What's the motion?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. All in favor that 27 does not apply? All opposed? Does not apply?
Aye.
Okay.
No.
All opposed?
No.
Can I have a roll call, please?
27 does not.
I'm confused. No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yes, because the vote wasn't finalized.
Yes.
All right, so we can go home.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Because we did the vote, but there needed to really be a roll call on the vote.
I mean, I don't understand how to vote. Go ahead, so go ahead.
Can we get a roll call on the initial motion?
What is that, okay, my question to the city attorney is, if the initial motion happened, does the subsequent votes that just happened rule the initial vote out?
No.
Unfortunately, I don't understand your question. I will say this. There was a motion on the floor. There was a second. There was discussion, lengthy discussion, on the motion about nullifying the eligibility. At the time that you called for all the yeas and all the nays, there were some that said nay, which meant that you needed a roll call. Before you got that roll call, you had a point of order made by Councilmember Hemming, and the rule was cited, Rule 27. And throughout that deliberation, Councilmember Mitchell had a point of order. Now I hear Councilmember Martin Rogers has a point of order. Okay. So we still need to go back and get the appropriate vote for the motion that Councilmember Cummings made, because there were yeas and nays, and that vote never completed with a roll call to account for the vote.
Madam City Clerk, may I have a roll call for the initial vote? Motion, and we vote made by Councilmember Cummings.
No.
Point of order.
Now,
I mean, that was
that point
for-
of order takes
for Rule
precedence
14.
over all
Okay.
business. So we must stop again. You need to
Okay.
say the rule.
Rule 14,
You need to make a ruling, Madam Mayor, on Rule 14.
we just went over it.
It stands.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I guess we back to roll call?
I'm assuming that your
Okay.
point of order was
Yeah.
because Councilmember Hemming voted no. Is that right?
Because he voted at all, it should be a yea. It should be counted as affirmative.
Madam Mayor, did you understand that when your,
She voted no, and should be counted a yea because she had Rule 14. Is that right?
Yeah, she left her seat.
and there's, obviously you don't want to appeal it because it was your vote, so we need to move on with the roll call.
Aye.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Point of order, Rule 27.
Doesn't matter, we have 5.
So that motion passes. Okay, now you have a point of order.
Rule 27, and Madam City Clerk, can you put it up for the public viewing?
Madam Mayor, we need your decision. What is it? What did the mayor say?
Reconsideration after the vote? No. I mean,
The rule says that only a council member that voted on the prevailing side may reconsider. A vote may be reconsidered at any time within the same meeting. Councilmember Hemming's vote was on the prevailing side. She was a yea vote.
Right.
According to Rule 14.
right, she's a yea. I mean, she was on the,
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
go ahead.
The question is, for Rule 27, reconsideration,
She said it was.
even if it is reconsidered and her vote is turned into a no, there's still 5 yeses, and the vote still passes. So what are we entertaining?
How is there still 5 yeses?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sean?
But I can reconsider.
Right, and then it's still 5 yeses even with you reconsidering.
How?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh?
Okay, so let it, allows me to reconsider Councilwoman.
You didn't vote, so you can't reconsider. You asked her to reconsider, which is a part of the issue with Rule 14. So that is a huge issue with Rule 14. And every time the vote goes, she has the right to reconsider.
That's fine, but what is the outcome of it?
That's what we're going through right now.
So let's get to the outcome, because we can make a decision on the outcome, though.
The mayor has to rule on it.
That's fine.
But I'm saying Rule 14 comes in play when someone is absent.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the reconsideration of the motion is giving the conversation that has been presented to council. I move that the city council request a formal written legal opinion answering the questions contained in the document, a request for a formal legal interpretation regarding the eligibility standard for members of the East Point Board of Ethics, so council has clear guidance on how to apply the charter and ethics code to this and future appointments.
Yeah. Wait.
Applies to reconsidering the motion that was just, not to bring up. Are you telling me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, okay.
So reconsider, so Madam City Attorney, I move to reconsider the motion that was just taken that I was on the prevailing side of. Okay.
No, so she did not vote because she was absent. So the absent, that's how the yay vote comes in your absence. So even if she's trying to do it on the last motion, she was not present when the motion was made or seconded. So I'm not seeing how you can come in on a motion or try to reconsider a motion that you had no part of, if that makes sense.
So right now, you have a motion on the floor. Councilman Mitchell is challenging the motion on the floor based on her absence at the call of the question for the motion that Councilmember Cumming made. And my response is that Rule 14 does not, it just says the vote is a yay. That was the prevailing side. It does not, her being absent at the call of the question gives her the yay vote, which puts her on the prevailing side, period. So the only way you could get around that is if she would have been excused, but she wasn't. So she's a prevailing yay vote that gives her the ability or the eligibility to now trigger Rule 27. She's done that. The mayor agreed that Rule 27 applies. Now she's making a motion to reconsider the vote. I don't think it was appropriate for her to now bring up a new motion, but now she's bringing up a motion to reconsider the vote that y'all just took about nullifying, nullifying Mr. Taylor's eligibility, right? So now there's a motion on the floor. Madam Mayor needs to call for a second.
So I was just really quick, so I'm trying to conceptualize this. So imagine somebody was absent from the meeting or was not absent, was not present during a motion. But however they come in or somehow it gets prolonged to the next meeting and they come in and try to do the same thing.
You can't do it at the next meeting.
Oh,
Rule
or
27
table.
only applies to the same meeting.
Okay. And reconsideration is only one council member. It doesn't take, for reconsideration, it only takes one council member to make a motion for reconsideration?
Yes, or somebody on the prevailing side.
And does it
the
have to
whole
be-
reason she's on the prevailing side is because you said Rule 14. That's the whole reason she's on the prevailing side is because of what you ask the mayor to rule
Okay.
on.
I got you. That's fine.
Okay. Mayor, do I motion on the floor?
Aye.
All right, so we need a roll call. Please.
No. I'm sorry. My motion is, for the reconsideration is
No.
yes. My motion is yes.
No.
All right, who are we on?
I think we have to go back to Councilmember Hemming. She clearly stated no.
And that was a mistake, and I clarified for the
I'm
record.
just asking.
Mhm.
She clearly stated no, and the city clerk moved to the next name, so.
I think it's okay.
Okay.
So Councilmember Hemming is a yes. Councilman Atkins is a no.
Yes.
No.
No.
So the motion to reconsider has now failed. And you can move to the next thing.
The motion.
Isn't this a motion to adjourn?
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Here, unplug mine.